Hello, everyone. Happy Friday. Happy weekend. I hope we are all doing well. It's been a week from hell. I'm very happy to be ready to start world building. It's a well-deserved break. So, let's get some music going. And we can get started. Let me add a bunch of this stuff. We have a mix of everything. From ancient beacons to pit fighters to Trail of Ashes to Hydroponics Bay to Troll Grotto. I got a bunch of stuff lined up for tonight's music, hoping that this mix is going to give me a good blend of creativity, of ideas, of focus. And worst case scenario, you guys can just listen to me dictate and fall asleep as you normally do. Okay, let me add another 4 songs. And that should be good for at least a couple hours. 200 minutes, yeah. Okay, we'll end with Dragon Rider. Hey, Agni. Well, have a great night. Thank you for stopping by. I know the Voctair is still going. Unfortunately, I had to add the lurk for that. But, hi Yuki. New World are trying to finish your home on Sims 4. That's a tough call. I would normally just automatically vote for New World, but I'm kind of jaded by that game. So yeah. So take that as you will. But yeah, how are you doing tonight? Yeah, I figured they changed a lot. They kind of had to in order to keep players. I put in a ton of work in those first 3 or 4 weeks, and it was all just taken away from me because of some glitch that they refused to fix. So, yeah. And then they had to work on the end game because nobody really wanted to play. It just became farming runs of the chests, and you could do that solo. Well, that's good. Unfortunately, I have D&D stuff, so I don't need to worry about New World anymore. But let's see. But if you don't want to play either of those, you're more than welcome to join me in voice and help me build these places out. I need to find this giant bird perch. Yuki, since you're here, how loud is the music? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? Or there's nothing wrong with an early day. I went to bed last night at 9. I woke up at 7 this morning. I was still super tired. It's a bit louder than me, okay. That makes it nice and easy. This. And I can drop that. How's that? Maybe I can turn this down a little bit. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much. It's always different volumes for some reason. Every time I pull up this website and I start running everything, everything is so different every week. So I'm glad I could get that out of the way early. But I can't find any good bird perch pictures or bird's nest pictures. Castle sized bird nest. What do we see? Nothing. Yeah, that screwed me up completely because now my voice mod won't work. I can't get my voice mod to register my voice. I can hook it up as normal and I can play the sounds through the soundboard. I can hear myself in voice mod, but I can't figure out how to get it into Discord, let alone how to put it into OBS, which is really, really weird. Let's see. Yeah, it definitely is. But I'm glad you can hear me. Because, I mean, without my voice, I'm nothing, literally. The perks of not having a camera. Okay, so let's see. We'll come back to the bird perch. The Celestial Forge, I need to come up with an idea for. Prism Lake, I need to put more than just these two things, such as I need to design the festival. The Danzig Desert, I have a good picture of. This is something I also need to do. So let me do rename. I'm going to add this to put that on there. Celestial Forge, I need to do. I should copy this. And do that for Prism Lake as well. Giant Petrified Tree, I can come up with more for that. Giant Sea Creature City. Move this over. There. I need to come up with a name for this. I'm going to say it's Orthello for right now. Giant Petrified Tree. Got this. Take my meds, relax with my cat, and help her with the idiots. Wait, why are they setting off fireworks this weekend? That doesn't make any sense. The Lonely Tree. Brineport, Forest Edge, Calandra, Southport. Quite often, yards are so wet they won't set fire. No. So they're just doing it just because. Sure, that makes perfect sense. Wait, why is SideQuest here? Yeah, these should all be up here. Side quests are going to be part of the geography. I do this as puzzles, story, side quests will be here. Spiritualism. We have this. Udros, Udal, Sura, Crime Syndicate, La Mano Nero, or the Hands of Death. Creatures. I have a couple, but I need to come up with more. I have Umbra. Umbra, who's the Hands of Death leader. Came up with a really good idea for her. She's going to be a lot of fun to play. Mim's Curiosities. These are the ones that I need to... And that's really a side quest for notable NPCs. Here, this all needs to be. These all need to have their own kind of pages. Thank you, Yuki. I mean, yeah, I always want a second opinion on everything. So, anything that you see, because I think you should be invited to this, but anything that you see, if you have any feedback on, please let me know. Good or bad. I really don't care. I don't want to second guess myself. So if somebody wants to offer their opinion, I mean, I'm happy to listen to it. So, but have a good night. I hope you feel better. I hope your cat feels okay with all the fireworks being set off. But yeah. Alright, yep. And I think if nobody's going to join in here, I might just switch to play Smite tonight. But we shall see. Blackwood Forest. Blandrel Reef. I need to come up with a side quest for them. Side quest. Either Amulet of Water Breathing, Cloak of the Manta, Angry Meatball. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. And yeah, no, I was going to give it probably half hour or an hour if nobody wanted to come in, because I need to get this done. I've been working on this on and off on my time off, which is not very much. Normally we'd be playing D&D tonight, and I have little bits and pieces here and there in order to work on this. And being a first-time DM and having started to write this world and campaign at the same time, I'm doing everything that you're not supposed to do as a first-time DM. So I've started designing an entire world. I'm trying to design something maybe a quarter the size of Eberron, if that gives you any idea of the scale. I am not designing every single individual tavern and inn and magic shop in all the different cities and whatnot. I'm building kind of the 13 capital cities. I'm building a number of kind of plug and play, drag and drop, what have you, small locations, maybe town or village or a tavern that I could just say, oh, you're traveling along, I'm going to pull something out of my bag of tricks, I'm going to plop it down there, and that's where it's going to land on the map. I'm building a bunch of the major notable landmarks, such as, in this case, this is the Blandrel Reef, which is going to be a secretive place. I'm hoping to. I tend to over-prepare, and I'm okay with that. My improv skills specifically, I am deathly afraid of somebody saying, hey, you walk into a bar, you see the bartender, and there's a couple people strewn about the tables. The atmosphere is lighthearted. There's, people are chatting, and you have the crackling fireplace, creates the warmth for the building. And they go, oh, hi, what's your name? Why are you here? And I don't want to just have to say, oh, well, that's Kevin. He's here because he's drinking. Next, because I want to I want to prepare as much as I can and know as much about my world as possible so I can make the improv easier. So I've created a small blurb about this. This is not one of the capital cities. I have all the capital cities down here. Of everything with these stars means that it's just what you see here, which is the name, a small blurb, and some inspiration pictures, so I can work on those as I need to. And in this case, there's a side quest in this geographical landmark where this isn't going to be a side quest. This is going to be, the main quest is the party has to get a mermaid's tear. And in order to reach where the mermaids are, they need to travel down below this tree root system. I guess it would make sense to show you what Lake Isonia is. The map here, this is my world map. On the left was kind of the first version that I created, which is the free version of Incarnate, and a friend of mine who had the pro version made this one on the right for me. These rainbow marks are kind of the territorial split, where this little area here is a capital city, this down here at Southport, and this one up here at, I believe this is Brineport, are all capital cities, and this is kind of be the boundary between their regions. Charts and tables. Yes, I have one of the names where I'm here for X, maybe random things to run into on the road. Yes, I'm doing that. I don't know if I'm going to be doing weather. I don't know if I'm ready for that. But yes, I do have random D100 tables for, possible random encounters on the road. I have, what was it? Somebody introduced me to, there it is. It's a website called Master Screen, which is kind of like everything all in one. I just found out about it today, so I don't have much aside from just kind of the first page. But I do have a D100 table of weird locations, a D100 random weapon attacks. If it's you see the arrow fired and instinctively reach to block it. Slightly misjudging, your sleeve gets pinned against your now punctured chest. Kind of thing. Like, there's 100 different random weapon attacks that you can roll for that. And then D100 encounters on the road. But the weird locations is something that I really, really wanted to get before today. Because here you see we have the Blackwood Forest, and I created this idea, and then I wanted to, from the idea, which was somebody mentioning, what it is. And it's kind of a quote from Ian the Wizard, who's an elder druid who lives at Forest's Edge. But, the quote that I came up with is, "Yes, child, you certainly possess the age and skill necessary to venture alone into the woods. The wisdom and experiences you gain from your trials will suffice to carry you safely through any forest you might come upon during your travels. Any except the Blackwood Forest. The Blackwood Forest is no ordinary forest, young one. Just as the floor of the sea gently rolls down away from the shore, so too does the ceiling of the Blackwood Forest climb higher and higher, eventually stealing away all sunlight so that day and night are of meaningless distinction. In that darkness crawls beasts and monsters more dangerous than you can know. So insidious are they that they appear to be as a kind that at first you recognize, though only for as long as it takes you to realize that you do not." And the thought of this is, I wanted to have a forest where you could make the Underdark with like rainforest animals. Think giant hell wasps and anacondas and froghemoths and all these different things. But the further you get into the forest, the taller the trees get, the darker it gets, the more evolved some of these monstrosities and aberrations get. And because of it being so dark, it is going to function similarly to the Underdark. So I have this, and I need to create something that is going to take place here. So if the party wanders in there, then they have something to do. I have the Blandrel Reef, which is home of the water nymphs, and I took this inspiration directly from, funnily enough, Arrow of the CW. It's the Green Arrow superhero from DC Comics. They had a weird spot on the island that if you light up a certain shrine or certain kind of torch, it burned green. And what happens is you sit there and wait for a certain amount of time, and these nymphs or these mermaids kind of come up to you and they judge you. And if you are chosen, or if you are deemed worthy, then they have you take this potion, which knocks you out. You become unconscious, and they bring you to a secret spot. So you don't know where it is, you don't know how to escape, you don't know what happened even. So for this is kind of what I want to do for the water nymphs. And the water nymphs are going to have to come up with a reason for them to be hiding from the public. And it's because their body parts have been, their blood, their glands, their livers, all these things have kind of become material components for spells. So they've gone into a lifetime of hiding. So people are allowed to know that they exist, but they're super selective on the type of creatures that they bring to their reef for fear of being captured or killed or having somebody bring it all the way back. Another idea is kind of like the new Avatar movie, where the humans are coming back and they're trying to destroy any and everything and take and kill all the, I forget what they're called, the Na'vi, I think. But yeah, so it's the same kind of thing. The party is going to find out about this. They're going to have to go to the shrine. They're going to have to collect some certain things and light the flame and sit there and wait. And if one of them doesn't want to take the potion, then they're going to be sitting there doing nothing. However, the rest of the party is going to be brought to this Atlantis-like reef, where they will have to do some sort of trial that they have to undergo to figure out if they're worthy of getting either the Amulet of Water Breathing, the Cloak of the Manta Ray, Cloak of the Manta Ray, I think it's Cloak of the Manta, but just something that's going to allow them to breathe underwater. And the reason for this is because the Mermaid's Tear belongs in the in the super dark region of this lake, which is over a mile deep. I don't know what this tree is going to be named, but it's in this Lake Izonia, which on the map is this lake in the northeastern part of it. During the cataclysm that I called. Hey, Khan, how's it going? Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. 21 months, man, it's been almost 2 years. That's crazy. How are you, Khan? You came in right as I was explaining about my tree. I think one of my favorite locations on my map is the Lake Izonia. I want to say it's probably 5,500 feet deep. It is this tree is probably 5,000 feet tall. It is completely submerged underwater. So I was looking for inspiration pictures, and this one here and this one down here is kind of like it gives you the scale a little bit, because this little Red Riding Hood here is, this tree on the lower picture is a little smaller than I'm imagining. But I wanted to find the tree that was completely submerged with the jellyfish picture up here. The roots of the tree itself have formed its own kind of depths, and it's like a forest of super dark, almost pitch black. You're going down 5,500 feet below the surface of the water. You get to find all sorts of fun stuff. Yep. I won't wait till Meatball's back. But Con, if you're here, I have some fun stuff planned. Ooh woo. Damn, I still can't get over that. It's been 21 months. And you're still here. That's the craziness. Yeah, the fun stuff. I found a new application that is trying to make the rounds, and it is supposed to be something like World Anvil and all these different things, but you can actually build battle maps and make it kind of like a Foundry thing, and it's 100% free, which is really, really concerning considering the amount of work that seems to have gone into this. It's kind of like GM Binder meets World Anvil meets like Incarnate. Like you can't, you have to put your own picture on top of it, but you can build 3D battle maps kind of thing on it. And they have a couple templates that people have built already. And I found something that I've been looking for a long time, which is weird locations. So I have a D100 table of weird locations that I'm hoping to create more geography or geographical landmarks. The thing that's been kind of plaguing me for a long time now. So I kind of want to go down the list and see what looks fun and what I can make a page for. But I do have a question for you, Khan. If I need to have these water nymphs give a trial to this party to see if they are... Oh, kebabs. Very nice. Where in the world are you from, Meatball? I'm assuming it's dinner time, so I would say West Coast, maybe CS, or maybe like Mountain Time. Or maybe like Texas, North Dakota time zone as well. Or you're just eating a really late lunch. Damn, this is some epic music. 7:30. Okay, yeah. So you are 2 hours behind. Cool. I was gonna say, because yeah, kebabs sound good. I have barbecue tonight, so. But yes, back to Lake Izonia. And apologize for that. So, down here in the roots of the tree, there's going to be kelpie, there's going to be like water knocks, merfolk of all sorts. There's going to be lanternfish, anglerfish, sharks, you know, like a megalodon, possibly. Lots of different things way down deep below the surface. So I was working on trying to figure out what kind of a trial in the lake. The lake is, well, the tree is almost the size of the lake. It's hard to describe. But if you're looking at the tree itself, the lake is not much bigger than this. So if I were to go to the map, let me see if I can draw on here. Well, let me, wait, paintbrush. Draw. Let's go with, actually I want to, here. So the tree, let me zoom in for this. So the tree is probably that big of the lake. The trial, yes. The trial is going to be given by the water nymphs of the Blandrel Reef. And the reward for this trial, once they deem them worthy, they're going to give them either an amulet of water breathing, the cloak of the manta, some sort of submarine. I'm shying away from giving them a submersible after Ocean Gate. But the goal of the trial is to prove that they are friendly and worthy of, you know, these water nymphs, that they are no harm to the people, and that they can provide some sort of help or some sort of worth to them. Something that they can do for the water nymphs in exchange for the water nymphs giving them the secret of breathing underwater or of not dying underwater. Because my first thought was to give them a submersible with something like torpedoes. But again, after the whole Titanic thing with Ocean Gate, Ocean Trail, whatever the company was, I have a feeling that they're just going to assume that they're bad. The water nymphs are very passive. They are hunted for their body parts, for their blood. Think like, you know how horseshoe crabs, their blood is worth like $10,000 per milliliter? It's something like that. The people that are basically, they get hunted like they're elephants for their ivory kind of thing. So they are taken to hiding. They come up and they do their own hunting. They do, they survive, but they don't really fraternize with the public en masse. They are very rare to find unless somebody goes seeking them out specifically with this altar kind of thing. And it's going to be, they light a torch, it's going to burn a certain color. I'm guessing green, maybe a little kind of hazel, where some of the nymphs will come to you and judge you from afar. And I need to come up with a way that they can judge you, whether it be your aura, whether it be telekinesis or telepathic. They could read your mind or read your thoughts, something like that. Maybe they have some sort of tie to what's the tentacle face? I'm blanking on the name. The squid heads, mind flayers. Or maybe they are born of a beholder stock or something, which is why their body parts have beholder blood or something. The trial could be a case of getting an item in an area that is dangerous, but the goal is to find a way to get them said item without the use of violence. So a purely diplomatic or stealth mission. I like it. Let me go to story, side quests. Okay, then we'll add a page. Make a sub-page. Water nymph quest. Getting an item in a dangerous area. Without the use of violence. I'm going to say lethal moral reasoning applies. Like, they can knock somebody out, which is technically the use of violence, but they can't kill them, they can't torture or maim or hurt somebody. I mean, a kink in the neck or a Charlie horse is different than a broken arm kind of thing. Prove they can be diplomatic, as well as helping the nymphs out. Now, it's got to be some place where the nymphs can't go, because the nymphs are amphibious. So we need to figure out where the nymphs would not want to go for fear of being hunted. Quest. We'll make this into heading 1, sure. Okay, so looking at the map. Zoom out. Okay, so what are we looking at? Maybe an important item was accidentally taken by a creature into their lair. The creature is hyper-aggressive to anything near them. Maybe the creature is something... Oh, like a thorn inside the pad of like a a rabid dire wolf or something like that it can't reach or it can't pull out because it's in between the pads, like that kind of thing. I like it. Okay, so now we need to come up with, I was gonna say, now we need to come up with a turret. No. Okay. Potential. Right. Of course. Instead of just setting a torch, have them complete a ritual in order to summon a beast that will need to be defeated. Obviously harmless. Bonus points. Ooh. And it's more of like the nymphs are sending their pet. Oh no. That's perfect. It'll be, oh no, because it needs to be threatening. It needs to look cute and threatening at the same time. But no, I absolutely love that idea as well. Only those who kill the innocent. Now here's a question. What happens if they kill the beast? Is there a backup? Because the group is going to need to, or my thought was that the group would have to succeed in whatever this is. So if they kill the beast, or whatever creature it is there a way, a backup plan for that? Because I might use that just as a missable item or missable quest kind of thing. I mean, again, this is completely brand new. There is no wrong answer. I'm just asking so I can say, okay, well, maybe I'll use this at a different spot as opposed to this right here. But I am going to write that down. Fair enough. That's perfectly fine. I could do a way to repay the nymphs by getting them a new little... Then they have to worry about the training. Either... Oh, I got an idea. I got a good idea. So potentially removing a piece of debris weapon from a dangerous creature without killing, hurting it more. Removing the fragment debris would allow the creature to turn friendly to the party for the remainder of the campaign. Okay, so now we have so summoning the water nymphs. Now we want this to be body or normal. I'm just gonna copy and paste that if that's okay. Okay. Do this. And let me angry meatball. Next objective harder. Okay, they've gotten the magic items. Let them breathe in water indefinitely. Pass trial, but now they need to face a challenging quest. The reward for which will be potions of water breathing. That their water breathing ability will have a time limit. Okay, so let's see. Ritual summon something obviously harmless. I'm gonna say threatening. Threatening looking, but harmless. Bonus points if it's cute. Nymphs are watching. If you kill the creature, even if it's because you absolutely need to contact the nymphs, you fail. Only those who kill an innocent for their own gain who insist on Only those who kill an innocent for their own gain. Let's see. Only those who to kill an innocent for their own gain. I'm gonna retype this. Only those who insist on finding another option than murder instead of killing an innocent for their own gain pass the test. Okay, so let me catch up on here. If they fail the first test, they can go on the harder quest for a worse reward. Still cute, but can also make the party go, oh shit. Hey, what's up, Crab? How you doing? Happy Friday night. Happy weekend. Making their next objective harder. Where's this? A baby sea serpent. Like Nessie? Or like a baby kraken? If they fail the first test, then go on a harder one. They'd have gotten the magic items, let them breathe underwater indefinitely. Okay. Summon a baby sea serpent. Yee. Sleepy day. It goes. I'm working on 2 different types of quests for my world. Khan and Angry Meatball here are having a powwow, and I already like the direction this place is going. If you want to join me in voice, you're more than welcome to, Crab. Just hop into any of the voice chats and I will drag you up. Other than that, I mean, if you want to sit here and listen in or provide input via chat, that's perfectly fine as well. I am just going through, I can kind of briefly go over my world in just a second once I finish typing this down. And yeah, this is the world that I'm writing a campaign for, a complete level 1 to level 20 campaign. For scaling, the Dragons of Stormwreck Isle that I'm running you guys through is only level 1 to level 3. So yeah. All good. Perfectly fine. So enjoy listening, and I mean, please, if you have any input, chime in, type up. I'd love to hear all the ideas that everyone has. Okay, so where were we? So, creatures to summon. Baby Nessie, baby Kraken, baby Shark doo 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 doo. Oh yeah, crap. This is, I'll put it this way. These are the capital cities. There are 13 major cities the size of, I'd say, Toronto, San Francisco. Then there are even bigger ones. And then you have things like, where is it? Prism Lake. This is a lake that has crystals growing beneath the surface that on the solstices twice a year, it creates an aurora borealis, or the northern lights, both above and below the lake. And underneath the lake, it's guarded by this crystal hide or gemhide dragon. And there's a cave that is guarded by these little coconut creatures. And the goal is for the party to go in and grab a crystal to bring back as part of a reagent for this main story quest. I've got things like a giant petrified tree. Something you might remember is the movie Fern Gully. This petrified tree is going to be, there's going to be cradles, and it's going to be a ghost town of pixies and fae that used to live in the tree before it was attacked. There's a big kind of dragon that the pixies were at war with. But for right now, I'm working on a quest for these water nymphs. They kind of live in this Atlantis-type city. And the party has to go here to get an amulet or some sort of item that will allow them to breathe underwater so they can go down inside this giant lake where this huge, massive tree is. Think like 2 kilometers tall tree, which is completely underwater, to get a mermaid's tear. And how they find the mermaid and what they have to do for the mermaid are still yet to be determined. But yeah, I have built all sorts of things. I have the history, which is the contest, the trials that took place for people to ascend to godhood. I have notable NPCs that I've already written up a little bit. I have specific NPCs that I have a bunch of information on. I have a crime syndicate. I have a mercenary group. I don't know why this is here. I have spiritualism, the goddess, the titans of the world, the lesser gods. I have atheism and agnostics. I have afterlife and reincarnation. I've touched on a number of different things. I have dungeons. I have all sorts of puzzles and traps and stuff that I'm going to be doing. I'm literally trying to build this entire world so I can finish writing my campaign. I've only written the first half, and the second half is a complete time change and atmosphere change. It's going to go from high fantasy with dungeons and dragons and wizards and warlocks to sky pirates and steampunk vibes. And it's going to shift halfway through the campaign. Okay, let me see. He beat me to Baby Shark. Yeah. Great minds think alike, right? Humanoid warrior, Triton perhaps, but a young 12 to 14. Someone who will fight back if pressed, but obviously not an adult. Could definitely do that. And this was humanoid warrior, Triton, who will fight back if pushed, but can be reasoned with. Obviously not an adult. Not threatening, but proves intent to kill from the party easier. So let me do this, because yeah, it drives home your point that they're trying to negotiate. They're not trying to kill it. If it looks threatening, then they might just attack and call it a day. Maybe Aboleth, who just wants... Aboleth. Why do I know Aboleth? I know Varys summoned Aboleth before. Aboleth is... Malevolent fish-like aberrations. Oh boy. This is an Aboleth. I want Aboleth. Did I spell that right? Aboleth, no N. Just a little fella, like a wormling, a whelpling. He just wants his shrimp. He just wants some shrimp. And it's still on point as well. So if the party kills the creature or harms the creature, let's go normal. They are deemed not worthy. And are not taken to the reef. If the party is successfully negotiates or if the party successfully negotiates negotiates. I could spell. Or I'm reading the quest again. Only those who insist on finding another option. Now, what are they trying to do with this creature, Meatball? They have to negotiate being taken to the nymphs. Either the creature, if it is a Triton, is the Triton a mind reader who is trying to catch them in a lie? If it's a creature, yeah, they don't attack and they try and reason with it for a certain amount of time, and the nymphs give in and say, okay, yeah, if you would have attacked, you would have attacked by now. Just make it like a really, really annoying creature, potentially. Is it for the party, the creature just needs something and the party has to figure it out, even though they don't speak? They don't share a language with the creature? Or figures out what the creature needs, wants, and gives it to them. They are taken to the reef. Now the question is, if this they are deemed worthy and are taken to the reef. Okay. So if they're not deemed worthy, they're given... Let's see, the nymphs need to know that the party is good. Pure of heart, pure of deed, yes. And it's not necessarily pure of heart or pure of deed, it's that they do not intend to harm or kill the nymphs themselves. Pure of heart, dumb of ass. I like that. Of the lines. Pure of heart, dumb of ass. Yes, I have these fun little things that I found on Reddit posts and everything else of lines I want the BBEG to deliver. Such as, "Don't make me kill you in the house of your god." Or something like, I can imagine Strahd saying this. "I'm a most gracious host, and you are here under my protection. However, should you say one more cross word, I will be forced to escort you from the premises." Or having this whole kind of thing. This is one of my favorite things. It's, "Together you can now accomplish anything. Together and death." Bunch of fun stuff. And then, yeah, the "Who's the proudest man in this room" from Calamity, from Exandria Unlimited. This whole 2-minute rant that Brendan goes on is, I want to have something like that. I want to have that type of a monologue at some point. But yes, I digress. Back to where I need to go. Story, side quests, water nymphs. Okay. So if they're taken to the reef, so now the question is, this is a trial to get to the reef. Once they get there, then they have to... Do they have to continue and do the second part of the quest to get the upgraded thing? Because they've proven that they don't intend to harm the... Oh, that's a good one. Okay. They have proven that they don't intend to harm the nymphs. They are aware awarded a baby trial version of the item that lets them breathe underwater. Hi, Heatwave 10,000. Welcome in. Happy Friday night. How you doing? So breathe underwater. Baby trial version of the item lets them breathe underwater for a limited time. If they choose to undertake a quest or a second quest, some of you say that only God can punish you. Know this, I am the punishment of God. If you had not committed great sins, he would not have sent a punishment like me down upon you. That's a good one. Is that actually a quote from Genghis Khan? I mean, I can definitely see him saying something like that. But I've never actually heard that. It's a great quote, though. Choose to undertake a second quest. The item will be imbued with a stronger magic that will be permanent. That will have the bonus permanently. Permanently. Haha. And the quest is going to be getting an item in a dangerous area without the use of violence. The party will need to prove that no violence was used. And I'll leave that up to there. This will be up to party to determine how to prove it. There we go. Potentially removing a piece of debris or a weapon from a dangerous creature without killing it / hurting it more. Removing the fragment debris. Excuse me. Removing the fragment debris would allow the creature to turn friendly to the party for the remainder of the campaign. Possibly even pet mount. Possibly even pet mount? Question mark? We'll see. Okay. Cool, so we got a quest. Now we have a bunch of side quests. We're chronicling of the Mongol conquering the nation of... I'm not even going to try to slaughter that. The writer there, but he was also a theological scholar, so I might have embellished a bit. I mean, hats off to the writer then. I am going to steal that if you don't mind. Villain mines. Throw this down here. There. What is the price? This is power, immortality. Cool. But yeah, Heatwave, how are you doing? What brings you into the stream tonight? Do you play D&D? Are you a DM? Do you world build? And Angry, I didn't ask you. Are you a player? Are you a forever DM? Like, have you written your own campaign, your own world before? Okay, so next up, Pure of Heart, Dumb of Ass. That makes me chuckle. Let's see, the Wishing Well, Random Zeppelin, all these are really good, fun things. So Blandro Reef, we got that. Let's go. Blandro Reef. Water Nymph quest. Okay, that's done. Let's see. Witch's Scarecrow. Yeah, all these are small ideas that I want. One more, a little more recent. Okay. I'm down for that. And then once we can finish this quest, we can either work on some more quests or we can start working on some more landmarks. So let me get that ready. let's start this pull up. General Mattis, I come in peace. I didn't bring artillery, but I'm pleading with you, with tears in my eyes. If you fuck with me, I'll kill you all. Yeah? It's another great one. But I mean, this is the villain saying it. So let's see. Well, I had to do that first. Oh, copy. Paste. Cool, there we go. Alright, so we have a poll going for you guys. We can either, you can help me with some more of these side quests. I have some in mind, or we can come up with something brand new. Otherwise, we can be working on some landmarks or something else, such as naming, such as creating just something new in general that isn't a physical landmark. But so far, it looks like, I believe there's only 3 of you here. I know, there's, according to Twitch, there's 7 people, so we'll let it run for another 30 seconds or so. But for right now, landmarks. I have some good ones. Let me go back to my... this. Okay, so I have gone with I've downloaded a random, or a D100 table of weird locations. Not encounters on the road, which is another thing, but weird locations. And I want to see, is there a way that I can copy? Okay, so I can do all these. Okay, so the winner is the new landmarks. So if you, first of all, let's see if anybody has any ideas that you guys are interested in. Like, I have such things like a giant bird perch in the middle of nowhere. It looks like a giant bird perch, and it's going to be, or every 100, every 1,000 years, every whatever, X amount of years, a creature appears for about a week, and it just disappears. I'm thinking something like a giant phoenix, something of the sort where it's, and my thought was that it would be a giant bird. I have things like fire and ice shrines. Somewhere in the frozen tundra, I want to have a volcano. It's a miniature volcano, maybe the size of a house. And it's perpetually going to be on fire. It's something that's out of place. Also in the desert, deep in the heart of the desert, I have something that's frozen. Frozen to the point of, like, it's a magical freezing, but like chilled to the core, something like liquid nitrogen ice cube in the middle of the desert. I have this giant petrified tree. I have, oh, this is a city, and this is a city built inside the skeleton of a kaiju, basically, of an ancient worm that has grown to be massive in proportion. I have things such as the lesser god shrines. One is super smart, one is super tough, and a shrine to Udros the Passionate is kind of an arena that people would go and test their strength against each other in order to honor the lesser god that cleaved the world in two. Udros the Passionate is the reason this is no longer a single landmass. Right here in the center, right about here on this peak, or on this portion of it, was a confrontation between the titans of the world and the two lesser gods. And the titans formed this shield magic using all the elements combined, and it's not Captain Planet, while Udros came down with intent to kill the titans. And the resounding effect of the immovable object meeting the unstoppable force has caused the world to kind of crack and separate and split. So the distance between these 2 points in this square, I don't know if you can see that, I believe you can. The distance between those 2 points is far enough that you can't see the other side. It's hundreds of miles apart from each other at this point. So because of that, the Great Divide, you have all sorts of different things, like normal compasses won't work here. Only magical compasses or like sextants, because sextants aren't influenced by magnetic pull. Therefore, either analog or magical means, because of the residue or the remnants of the magics that were used to stop the world cleaving attack. The lesser god shrines are here. The shrine to the god of brains is going to be something like a star chart, I would imagine. I was trying to find something of interesting that was a shrine, and a little bit of hopefully comic relief, is I want to have, through rumors and word of mouth, these 2 shrines have been mixed up. People can never remember Udros and Udal, who are the 2 twin brothers who became lesser gods. So the shrine of Udal the Tactician is going to be, when people are trying to find that shrine, they're going to end up going to this arena and being really confused. That's because somebody in the part of bumfuck Egypt went and said, oh yeah, the shrine of Udal. Shrine of Udal is over there. And the shrine to Udros is going to be sent over here, and I'm not sure how they're going to get mixed up, but they're going to be mixed up. And then I've got things like what was suggested was a lonely tree. A single tree out in the middle of the forest has the markings of a lightning strike, but there's no other trees around it, and it almost looks like the trees are moving away from it. According to rumor of some locals, it appears that the rest of the trees are physically moving away from it. But that can't be possible, right? So the lonely tree is something that I wanted to install somewhere in the forest. Just have kind of like a meadow or glade with a single tree. And that needs to be filled out or embellished. If you guys have any suggestions, I would love to hear them. Otherwise, I can start going down my list and seeing if something stands out. Gallows. Big gallows, small gallows, like in the middle of a town, a ghost town? Or out in the middle of nowhere? Out in the middle of nowhere, burn marks on the gallows. Okay. Let's see. Gallows. Scorched wood platform with hangman's nooses. Hang from, let's see. Hangman's nooses hang from the scorched wooden platform. Hangman's nooses from the scorched wooden platform with Scorched wooden platform. Let's see. There is no civilization within 100 miles in any direction. Ghosts may or may not appear during regular intervals. Right now, undead is a thing. Obviously, there's necromancy in the campaign. And the way I've written this world is that the souls do not vacate the body. They stay and haunt until they are set free via some sort of fire, some flame, something along those lines. And I have it so that if there are enough ghosts or souls that have not been laid to rest, kind of like at a battlefield or a cemetery, if people are burying the bodies but not burning the bodies, the ghosts that are there can become so densely packed that they start to form a tangible fog or mist. And this is perfect music for this idea as well. So if you visit a battlefield that people haven't been to for a long time, there's a constant or perpetual mist kind of hanging over the area. And nobody really knows why, because it hasn't been explored. So I want to say, because there's no civilization within 100 miles, I'm just going to say anywhere close. Anywhere close to this location. The ropes. Ooh. So the ropes are taut as if there's a body hanging from each noose. Ropes are taut as if there's a body hanging from each noose. But there's no one there. Players can stick their hands, arms through the noose and not feel anything. Yes, and that's why I'm saying this would be much more interesting if there's nowhere, anywhere around of anybody who would potentially use this. This is just built in the middle of nowhere for seemingly no reason. But that's why I'm going back to just saying there's no civilization anywhere close, because depending on how big this map can be, which is what I want it to be, like, I want the world map. The one thing I don't like is how small it feels. I feel like having just the two land masses makes it feel like it's only part of the world and not the entire planet. But with the campaign, it's going to be a planet-wide calamity that's going to happen. So I might be reworking the way that the planet looks, like the entire world map, but I want it to take weeks to travel from this small port town all the way down to this port town. So I mean, from this point to this point up here is probably 200 miles-ish. I mean, yes, it's a smaller planet, but then again, you have this tree that is, you know, a mile deep. It's probably going to be several miles wide. So, I mean, it's the scale of the map itself is my most difficult portion of this. Okay, so the gallows are there. Players can stick their hands through the noose and not feel anything. So you have these taut ropes as if something's hanging from them. Do we want to say it's a ghost that's hanging from the nooses? Like somebody died there and they decomposed. They've been there for so long that they've decomposed. Or when the platform was set on fire, the body is burned, but they're still attached via what remains on the hangman's noose, and that's why the ghosts are still there weighing down the ropes, even though the people can't see them. Hang from the... They are ghosts. Duh. And these don't necessarily have to have side quests, but I just want them to be fun little things that maybe somebody can figure out, maybe they don't. Let's see. Any other ideas about these gallows? People who die there. Well, if somebody has speak with dead or some sort of ritual like seance, they could. Maybe the ghosts are visible to the naked eye during certain circumstances. Ask and contact the ghosts. Scratchy, strained voices from damaged vocal cords when alive. Ghosts are visible during certain circumstances. And yeah, I mean, anything that the party comes upon, I want to be interactable. So it's not like it's going to be, you happen upon this and that's that. I even have a giant billboard, which I have very much leaned towards making it a complete red herring just to keep the party guessing. I don't know if I'm that much of an asshole, but something that I have tossed the idea around. But I've got this whole cult following of this billboard. And I think Khan was here for that. Actually, let me pull that up for you. It was story side quests. This giant billboard, right? Let's zoom in on this. So, this giant billboard, I mean giant, Not just a regular one on the side of the road, but like Las Vegas, you know, giant billboard. Something like the size of the new eye that they opened up in Las Vegas. I guess MSGI or whatever it's called. Like, think that big, the size of a hotel. And there's random letters that may or may not change over the course of the campaign. There's no rhyme or reason, just some sort of red herring to give the party something to think about. And I want an entire collection of people throughout the world dedicating their lives to the interpretation of this sign and finding the impossibly deciphered location that they believe that the sign is pointing to or advertising. The problem is these letters are written in an ancient language that nobody speaks. So the idea that crossed my mind was it's something, very, very simple, like eat at Joe's. But when translated into modern languages, somebody mistranslated it and it read consume Joe instead of eat at Joe's. So every generation, there's a child named Joe of these cults, or the main cult that has chapters throughout the world. And every generation, there's one chosen one who is named Joseph, who is sacrificed on the sign. And how much time the party invests into following this whole thing. I mean, it started off as just a red herring, and somebody said, instead of eat at Joe's, it needs to say, consume Joe. And it just kind of went down the rabbit hole of being a meme. I love the idea of it, but I'm trying not to spend time focusing on this because it's a meme and I want to get the actual world done. But I mean, this is the only one that might not be interactable. But I'm sure the party is going to try and interact with it if I throw it in there. But that's why this is all the time that I've put towards that. So back to the gallows. The ghosts are visible during certain circumstances. I need to figure out what these circumstances are going to be. Full moon. Full moon. Let's see what else. Every night for 10 minutes during a window. Equinox, solstice, that's a good one. Because I have a couple things that are tied to this solstice. And the solstice in this world is going to last for a week. Or a couple days. Equinox, solstice. Because I could have the closest town being the place that holds the festival, the week-long festival during the solstice, which is that Prism Lake with the crystal caverns. So if they're traveling just after leaving the solstice festival, after getting their thing, they could just happen upon these gallows. And that would be where they'd be able to interact with the ghosts. Equinox solstice. Tie this into Prism Lake quest. If so, as the solstice is correlating common denominator. Ooh, that's a good one. In the presence of the race of the person who set the fire or set them to hang. So if somebody in the party is of that presence. If somebody in the parties is of that race. And it would be there as that's their way to haunt, but they can't leave because the rope is magical. And this was just a... let's see. This was a makeshift gallows platform built with for purpose of hanging these individuals with magic. Now the question becomes, what type of people are hung here? Not what race, but what type of people, what kind of people? Were they criminals? Were they thieves? Were they scholars and branded heretics? Were they wizards that were labeled blasphemers for their, science and their magic as opposed to believing in the goddess? A little bit of background. This world is monotheistic. There is the goddess, the one true goddess. She created the Titans, which are kind of the elemental avatars. So you have the avatar of fire, avatar of water, avatar of air, avatar of earth, and then the avatar of Umbra, which is kind of the necrotic dark energy. And that way I'm able to give druids and atheists or agnostics magical powers, even if they don't believe or don't worship the goddess to get their power from her, their magic from her. She then decided to ascend two twins to become lesser gods, and the lesser gods are on the same level as the avatars, and those are the two twins, the Udros and Udal, and they were ascended to keep the Titans in check after the Titans tried to stage a coup and build themselves up and become as powerful as the goddess. So I've got elemental wars and zealots and fanatics and all these different things kind of going on in the background as well. But what type of people, what kind of a person would need to be hung out in the middle of nowhere? So it's like, I'm assuming that whoever wanted them killed decided to do so in a hurry. They swiftly constructed this, and not only did they hang them, but they lit them on fire because maybe their necks weren't breaking due to them being powerful, or the magical rope was not as constricting as possible, or they were so muscular that their necks weren't breaking. So they needed the magic rope in order to hold their weight, and then they set it on fire just to make sure they died. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Type of people needed to be killed out here on a temporary platform with magical ropes. And burned also. I want to put temporary here. Temporary and burned also. Okay. Group of con men, one who swindled money or property, one who killed someone to cover the crimes, a magician, and the patsy. So they killed all four of them. So it was a group, and that means they have to have a name. Con man, someone who killed to cover the crimes, magician, and the patsy. Okay. And was the fire magical fire? I'm trying to think as well. Dealer's choice. Okay. Group of con men. Double O for show. How's it going, man? Happy Friday night. How goes everything? I'm doing well. This week has been kind of crazy with the class, but I have a month left, and then I'm done with the class. Fingers crossed. And the funny thing is, 2 weeks from today, I leave to head back to Cali for a week. So of the month, I have 3 weeks left. So yeah. What's for dinner tonight, Double O? And that's why I was mentioning in your stream, if the stars align, I mean, I'd love to buy you a drink at Out of Bounds. You and the missus. Let's see. Okay, so dealer's choice. We need to come up with something for this. Common. The charismatic swindler of funds, material things. Okay. Let's see. I have no plans, but I leave on Friday the 28th. So I'm going to be there from basically the 29th through the 5th of August. And I'm staying at my mom's house. I have no work, so I'm literally doing nothing for the entire week. I'm going to go swimming. My mom's got a massive pool. And, yeah, just going to go visit some of the old haunts. Samuel Horton's Tavern. What was it? The Back Bistro. Going to check out their bourbon bar. But, yeah, no, I'd love to get together and actually meet you for the first time. So tell me, what's for dinner? And also, give me a reason why a group of con men would need to be hung with a magical rope on a temporary platform out in the middle of nowhere. Those are the two questions I have for you. So they must have the swindler, chicken salad, almonds, strawberries, cucumbers. Need some pickled, or not pickled, candied walnuts. That sounds delicious, aside from the fact that I'm not a fan of salad. But I bet my wife would love that. I'm just saying, magical rope. What I'm building now, I'm building this campaign, or I'm building this world. And somewhere in this world, they're out in the middle of nowhere. Like, there's no civilization within 100 miles of this place. There's a set of gallows. It's a makeshift platform. And there's 4 or 5 hangman's nooses that are hanging down from the top of the gallows. The rope is being stretched taut as if there's somebody hanging from there. But you can put your hand through the noose and don't feel anything. The thought is that there are still people hanging from these nooses as ghosts. And we've come up with the idea that it's a group of con men. The charismatic swindler, somebody who killed to cover up the crimes, a magician of some sort, a wizard, warlock, sorcerer, and a patsy. And all four of these individuals have been publicly executed with the gallows. And I'm trying to come up with a reason for why they would be out in the middle of nowhere. I say magic rope simply because there's got to be something that would allow, the magician to be killed. It's not necessarily magic rope, but it could be that it's magic rope that there is magic associated with it to try and stop the magician from using any sort of magic to save himself. I don't know. But the thought is that the platform is burned. So as if they tried to hang these people, something wasn't working. So they set the platform on fire. And that, on top of everything else, is what finally killed these people. It's a little dark, I know. Okay. Crimes weren't actually heinous, but they stand for a movement or a revolt that have gained traction. That's kind of what I was thinking. The swindler crossed the wrong person and stole from them. But the thought was they're being made into an example to crush this rebellion, revolution kind of thing. That's what I was just starting to type, but not quite the fact that it wasn't heinous. That's a good idea. Swindler crossed the wrong person, people, and are being made an example to crush an idea that, if gained enough traction, would cause a rebellion, revolution to start. Okay, so now we have to figure out what a charismatic con man would do. God, I have so many wrong and not safe for work jokes I could start making. Rebellion, revolution to start. So they stand for this idea. The crime wasn't actually heinous. Yes, that's kind of what I was thinking. Suppose rope doesn't restrict magic well enough. A noose that's designed to also keep a person from speaking. And they just used it because they had the magic rope. They used it for all of them in case there were other casters. It's almost like a binding shackle, a Vidalcan shackle, if you will, or anti-magic shackle, but it's on the rope itself. Okay. Crime wasn't actually heinous, but due to the influence of the person swindled, this caused an uproar and a cabal. Oh, the hands of death were called in. More on that later. What if the noose itself doesn't actually hang them, but does something else to cause death? Ooh. That's even a better one. He tried to burn the rope from the top because he didn't want to actually point and potentially miss the rope around his neck, so he pointed to the top of it to try and break the rope as he was hanging. The rope didn't break, but the entire platform burned. That's a good one. Okay. Let's see. Worth the news. And the noose With the new PS... Oh. Question would be, who's in charge? Big organization by one person. Okay. Let me finish typing this so I don't lose it. All right, Double O, thank you for stopping by. I will definitely elaborate on this. Thank you for the great suggestions. Have a great time with the missus and enjoy your dinner. And yeah, I will either ping you on Discord or Effervescent, Luca, and I will try and get something set up. But yeah, I will be leaving 2 weeks from today, so I should be in town 2 weeks from tomorrow. So yeah, have a great night, and hopefully I will talk to you soon. The rope is magical to stop people from speaking. You got it, Double O. The rope is magical to stop people from speaking. The magician could snap and point as best he could with his hands bound, and tried to set the rope on fire. Try to set the rope on fire, which, being magical, did not burn. Or did not break. It did, however, catch fire and took the whole platform up in flames with it. Suffocating, burning the con men to death before the rope actually killed them. How does that sound, Meeple? Let's move to the next song. Okay, so this is going to be right outside, most likely going to be outside the Crystal Cavern area in Kinallen. So now we need to figure out what Double O had mentioned. The question would be, who is the one in charge? Right now I have the Hands of Death, which is the group that came in. They're the ones who were brought in. They were called in specifically to hang these people. And the Hands of Death, I found this battle map, which was called the Black Hand. And having my wife be Italian, I know a little bit about La Mano Nero, which is Italy's most notorious mafia. So my thought was I was going to call these guys the Black Hand, and that was going to be this mercenary camp that, you know, they work for everybody, politicians down to the smallest person. They are activists as well as mercenaries. So if you pay them enough money, they can look the other way and accept whatever you are trying to do. There may or may not be something that they have not, like a job that they've turned down, but nothing at the moment. And just last time I started working on this, I decided to name them the Hands of Death. And again, the quote to kind of describe who they are is, "You do not understand. Ones cannot harm the many. You will tire, then you will die. Then we will wear you. We will wear your faces, wear your voices, and we will go to the other ones, and they will never notice. You will join us, should join us. Ones fear pain so much, fear death so much, that many does not fear. Join. We might even forgive and make it quick. So I think that the guy who was swindled is some sort of cousin, relative, or somebody who has helped the Black Hand when they first started, or is the Black Hand is somehow in their debt. So this guy immediately went to these guys and wanted to make a big example of them, and anybody else who happened to stroll by and see the gallows. Everyone will remember this. I don't know if I should have a like a plaque or like a stone that has been chiseled out or etched into it saying, don't cross such and such or blah blah blah. Or if I should just leave this as is and create that encounter kind of the day of and kind of see how it plays out. But I need to come up with what was swindled and what these people stood for. Okay, so now I got to come up with a mark for the for the Hands of Death. I'm thinking something etched in stone. Or some sort of permanent black ink. Or like a dark indigo ink. Maybe made from a certain berry. There is a... I'm thinking that, but it would be a black hand. It's black as night. But that's why I was thinking of the ink. Maybe, have somebody stick their hand in this black ink and put it on a stone and leave the stone at the site. With a black handprint. Of the structure. There we go. And that will tie it to the Hands of Death. Cool. So now all we need to figure out is what was swindled? What did they take from this person? I mean, it could be anything. Because the closest city is called Kinallen. And it's where the gnomes and the halflings are. And the gnomes are very uppity, snooty, arrogant, narcissistic. They're also the most intelligent. They're the ones that have developed Warforged. And the Warforged are the town guards as well as some shopkeepers. They are automatons to help make life easier. They trade with the dwarves because the dwarves mine all the best minerals and steels and alloys and everything else to create the stuff. And they make the metal parts. They use it for artifice. They use it to create all this, military weaponry and whatnot. Okay, so what is the Hands of Death personal business? What do they care about? Let me go back and see if I actually had that. People who have been wronged and downtrodden have found their way to the church to be able to exact revenge on those who have wronged them and push them to this point. Father of the church is trained to help cultivate their skills and giving them access to the tool to be the tool used in their revenge. Most end up with an unwavering loyalty to their priest and will blindly follow the word of his goddess. The Hands of Death work for the highest bidder. Information is more valuable than gold, but gold doesn't hurt. Being changelings in Kenku, they can mimic close relations with their targets, slip past defense undetected. The church is their base of operations, although many not many actually reside here. Their influence extends to all corners of the world. Very few know the group by name. So this is... It started off as a group that wanted to get revenge. When somebody hit rock bottom, they would come here to pray. And it was an old wives' tale. If you pray at this church, revenge will be exacted for you. And of course, there have been people that have come here, prayed for revenge for petty stuff, and they have not received that revenge. But they also have contacts that know who they are. But nobody can ever tell or know who they are. You know, quote unquote, being changelings. Nobody knows what the leader actually looks like. He's always got his mask on. So their personal business is exacting revenge for, you know, truly, I guess lack of a better term, heinous kind of crimes. But they also will help win wars for certain politicians for the right price. And that's how they stay so prestigious. Like, it's one of those secret societies. Identities of their members is a good one. Maybe they stole something or they happened upon the list of their identities, or they happened upon some sort of secret that was being guarded, such as the location of the church or something that proved that they existed. Ooh. That's a good one too. So I'm going to say that they swindled one of the members who would not have a list of the identities of their members, but he had not yet disposed, or he didn't fully dispose of a list of past clients or a specific job that was, you know, a political intrigue. And because of that, they tried to blackmail him with it. Okay. I like that. Story, side quest, geography, gallows. Okay, so the person swindled belongs to the the Hands of Death. And a document that was only partially destroyed was found, or was found and taken. The con man decided to attempt to blackmail this member of the Hands of Death, who then made a few calls. Next day, there was an example made away from prying eyes. Set back 100 feet from the main road. There, let's see. Let's say there's something. Okay, so some sort of structure, some sort of wooden structure is set back 100 feet from the road, from the top beam of a scorched wooden platform. There we go. Okay. This partially destroyed document contained the details of a job currently taking place in this area. And that could explain why it's out in the middle of nowhere, because this is where the guy was camping. But he packed up camp, and all that's left is this makeshift thing. Details of the job currently taking place in this area. The hands of True. So it isn't set back, but because it's on a road that's traveled by peddlers. But the Black Hand, nobody knows who the Black Hand is. Or the Hands of Death, excuse me. Sorry, I've been... See, because the Black Hand is... Or the Hands of Death. I will get this right. People. So nobody knows the group by the name. They just know of the logo, of the icon, of the calling card. So they won't know what it was for. So yeah, the message that was sent by the Hands of Death. Okay, so some sort of wooden structure stands almost in the middle of a well-traveled road. Although there is no civilization here. The Hands of Death. Decided that even though no one knows their group's name, the message needed to be sent. No one is safe from the hand. Or you should be afraid of the hand, or don't cross the hand, something along the lines. I want them to have some sort of cool mantra, like, you know, nothing is true, everything is permitted kind of thing. So, okay. Let's see if I can find Ghostly Gallows somewhere. ghostly gallows. See if I can find a good picture. No, that's an actual picture. Something along the lines of this, maybe? Nope, nope, nope. I'll see if I can find something a little better. Burn gallows. Yeah, I'll come up with something a little bit later. I might have somebody draw this for me because it's going to be very difficult to find a specific picture like that. They will meet the leader of the Hands of Death at some point. They might potentially work with them, depending on who they are dealing with. The way it works, the way this campaign is going to work is all the elves in the world are being rounded up and hunted. They're being quarantined into one specific capital city. They have been going feral recently. The world has identified it as only being elves. So they are putting all the elves in one particular capital city out in the middle of nowhere. Looking at the map, it is this little area here in the middle desert island. Also this one here. So that they can figure out what's going on, how to stop this anomaly from happening. And if they're going to kill somebody, they're going to kill themselves. So there's a lot of political intrigue because there are 13 capital cities, and every capital city is led by either an elected, a royal, or a monarch of some sort, magic user. And they all kind of meet 4 times a year, kind of like the UN. So one of them is an elf. So she has been whisked away from her city of the Elven city. I think I called it Elagaza, but I'm thinking of changing it to, where was it? Uralair, which is this one, the Elvish city. So Governor Tessara Visera is sent to Kirkith, which is down in that desert island. And Kirkith is kind of dwarven made. It's a fortress that's built into an island, and then you have, or a fortress that's built into a mountain, and then they have kind of a vertical type city down below. And inside the mountain, inside this fortress up here at the top, is going to be kind of this map area. So you have like a main furnace, you have a bunch of different forges. This is where all the dwarves used to build and get all their materials. Well, the party is kind of rounded up, and they're escorting one of the last caravans of elves to this place, where they're going to meet the elvish mage governor Tessara Visera, who is then going to send them out on missions and quests to help her save her people, to help her save her race. The party is going to have a shopping list of items to get. They're going to bring it back. They can do it one at a time in any order. It's going to be kind of open world, sandboxy. Events are going to take place during the time that all this stuff is happening. And with that, they will be able to go through and interact with whatever they want in whatever order they want. In the meantime, some of the other mage governors are going to be setting their plans into motion. There are a number of them who dislike elves altogether, whether it's due to some history with their family or something having to do with a war, or I don't know, something along those lines. So the political side of things are coming into play. The players will learn as they bring back more and more of these items that more research has been completed, and the elves have this virus, this plague. There is a plant that has been discovered, and nobody knows this, but it was being taken around by the people that were trying to study it, and it ended up dropping spores which sprouted up all over the world. And this plant gives off these spores to reproduce and everything else. Well, those spores are inhaled by just about everybody on the planet because it happened thousands of years ago. Well, with that, the spores are actually parasitic, and they grow into creatures based on the amount of Fey energy that they can absorb. The elves have the highest attunement to Fey energy, so they have the most Fey energy flowing through their bodies. That is why this is a specific. It's specifically targeting the elves because they are the ones that have the most Fey energy, so they're able to. The spores or the fungus is able to feed off of enough that they grow into larva stage, or they grow to the point where they can fully take over the host. But once they fully take over the host is racked with so much pain, they go absolutely apeshit. They try and kill or hurt or maim or stab or do anything. They are not in their right mind. So the players are then sent to get a specific artifact or some sort of item that will allow the elves to develop a cure and mass vaccinate, I guess, everybody that is in the area. So throughout this course, as the players are traveling around the world, this political side of things is going to be happening. Some of the people that don't like the elves are trying to push their agenda that the elves should not be, they're not human, they're not dragon, they are not worth being in society, and are going to try genocide. They're going to try and remove the elves from ever being part of this planet. So the goal then becomes to stop them. But in the meantime, the elves have taken up, or Tessara Viscera has learned the basics of necromancy. So she starts resurrecting or animating some of the dead. I sure can. Let's see. Permit angry meatballs. Should work. If not, I will. Let's see. If not, you can always DM it to me. Yep. I will. Hang on. I'm gonna go to mod mode. One second. It timed you out. Users. This is why I need a mod. Switch to non-mod settings. I need to make this bigger. 1 second. Let me pull this over here. Users. Angry meatball. Do that. I will untime out. There should be a permit, but of course there isn't. That would just make everything too easy. I'm sorry about that. Permit should have worked. Let me try. Whisper. You know what? Let me do it on this screen. Whisper, try here. Alright, send me the link there, and I will open it up. It's a YouTube.
Fire, and lots of it.
Oh, that's your cure for everything.
Yeah, that is something that absolutely could work. However, it would kill all the elves in the process. And therefore, no more elves would ever live again. Because this only affects elves pre-rites of passage. Anybody who has gone through the rites of passage has something to do with a root or some sort of plant that, when imbibed by the elf going through the rites or the rituals, it literally overpowers the parasitic fungus and blasts it. And I wrote, I don't know if you've ever had this happen, but if you've ever had a mosquito land on your arm and start trying to suck your blood and you flex that muscle, they literally pop like a water balloon. So it kind of does that. However, if it does reach maturity, after the elves go feral, the host is dying. There's no more energy, or there's not enough energy for the fungus to survive on. So it ends up popping as well, and the elves that are dying, they die kind of like a brain aneurysm. They just literally fall over dead instantly. So, with this, the cure that is being administered is the elves are gathering as much of the root or the plant as they possibly can, and then they need some way to make it an airborne distributor. So that's what the party is going to be sent on for the last thing. And as they bring back the final components to, mass administer this cure, the collective, or the other 12 mage governors, are going to be in town looking for this. The fungus it is and it isn't. It's not like it's taking over and allowing, it's not going to be speaking through somebody. It's just, it feeds, and then it's like, oh, okay, I've reached this thing, and as it reaches that certain point, there's just an absorbent amount of pain in the elf's head. It's like somebody's, chewing on their brains from the inside out. I don't know how that feels, but I imagine it would be excruciating. So yeah, as the collective comes here to watch proof that the cure has been administered and is working as intended, something happens, and really, well, what happens is the collective finds that on their way in, they notice a bunch of zombie elves. And the Vokter coming in with a rate of 10. How's it going, Vokter? How's the Fixius 5 doing? Let me give you guys a shout out. For those who are new to the channel, I am Mines. I like to consider myself the storyteller extraordinaire. I appreciate you guys coming in. Asparagus93. Hi, Asparagus. Nice to see you in the chat. Complete chaos. Wow, what was chaotic today? Aside from the sexing of the dragon, the dragon turtle. Oh, the shoutouts didn't work. Hang on 1 second. Let me give you guys another shout out. The Vokter.
You see a dark elf sitting at a table in black robes and some sort of crown on his head.
Oh my gods!
And
Oh
that's
my
where we're going to pick up
God!
next week.
That's my favorite boy.
And of course, Offie's leaving it on a cliffhanger, as she normally does. Those are the, definitely, oh, hang on. Those are the types of moments that I want to create for my campaign as well. But yeah, we, as I was saying, as I said, I like to consider myself storyteller extraordinaire. I am in the middle of crafting my world. D&D kind of fell apart tonight as we had one person who was unable to make it, and with a party of 4, I don't want to run the group of 3, especially since everyone is still level 1. But tonight's world building has been going extremely well. We've come up with some new landmarks, as well as a new side quest to deal with. And I am just explaining to my new friend here, Angry Meatball, that I'm trying to create the world where all this stuff happens. It happens to be a plot to destroy the elves. And the elves have contracted this targeted disease, which is not targeted by anyone in particular. It just so happens that they happen to have the highest attunement to Fey energy. So this parasitic fungus introduces spores into the world, and everybody inhales them. The fungus attaches to the brain stem of whoever it is, and it feeds off of the Fey energy. And elves just happen to be the highest attunement of Fey energy in the world. So when the elves have fed it enough energy, or enough of the Fey magic, it grows into a larva state. And when it does, it starts physically eating from the inside out of elves right about the time that they reach maturity. So all the elf children are dying in a spectacular blaze of glory, where they go and attack anybody close to them, anything that they possibly can, to try and figure out how to get this racking pain out of their head. So while this is happening, the Elvish Mage Governor is using necromancy to resurrect some of the elves, and it's a homebrew spell of Animate Dead that allows the resurrected, or the animated, to retain some of their memories. Not all, but they no longer need to eat, breathe, sleep, and they function as they did when they were alive. So some of them are farmers, some of them are shopkeepers. It just this particular form of necromancy allows them to remain with their families, since they're elves and they live for thousands of years and they're dying before they turn 100. It allows the elves to have some sort of a resemblance of family life. And the magic is going to be tied to the parents. When both of the parents have passed, the animated elves are going to pass again as well. This way, it's a temporary fix, and it is meant to be seen as towing the line between good and evil alignment. So at some point in the campaign, when the Mage Governors, the UN of this world, have come to watch the proof of a cure being administered to an elf child they have figured out what it is, they figured out when it happens, and they're going to do their first elf trial in front of the Collective, which is the name for the 12 Mage Governors aside from the Elvish one, to prove that they have fixed the issue. And with this fix of the issue, the Collective have noticed that there are some zombies outside farming. So they say, okay, well, that's great. You've cured the elves, but you're a necromancer. Kill her, burn her at the stake, arrest her, whatever. And that's going to be kind of setting up the scene for the front boss. The party is going to be locked out of the room. There's going to be all sorts of ungodly noises, bones snapping, screams, moans, wails, ooze and liquefaction of certain things. And then just a slight kind of almost whimsical cackle and high heels tapping and getting further away from the door that the party is locked out of. The door then unbars itself, and the party opens the doors, rushing in to find what's left of the collective lying around this table, the banquet table, where they've been mercilessly just annihilated. So the party, there will be some perception checks to see if anybody notices, but chances are maybe one person will notice there's a finger twitching. And as soon as they go to inspect any of the corpses, well, at least the discernible corpses, there's going to be an uprising of whoever is still able to fight. And the party's going to have to fight these high-level casters that have just been animated. So, assuming the party's able to defeat them, they are going to rush to the back of the room or potentially follow the footsteps to see where the front boss has made it. And they're going to be faced with the actual boss fight or the front boss fight of the campaign. This will be somewhere between levels 9 and 12. And this is right before the switch over from high fantasy to steampunk sky pirates. But yes, I was trying to answer the question for Angry Meatball, and I think I completely went off on a tangent. But yes, the fungus is not intelligent to the point where it is going to control. It is just going to reach a larval stage where it could potentially create something. Yes, I reserve that right first and foremost, Meeple. But yes, the fungus is going to grow to a certain point. It's going to reach a stage where it can evolve. I guess evolve is the right word. Where it starts physically ingesting or eating tangible food, tangible objects. And that's when it starts causing that pain to the elves. Before then, it was just kind of ethereally ingesting the Fey magic energy. So I hope that answers your question. And yeah, if anybody has any thoughts or any feedback, I want to make sure that you all know, feel free to speak up. There are no bad ideas. I'm going through, we're trying to come up with new landmarks. I have a D100 list of weird locations that I might start adapting. But tonight we came up with one called the Gallows, which is, there's a sort of wooden structure that stands in the middle of a well-traveled road, although there's no civilization anywhere near this location. There are a couple hangman's nooses hanging from the top beam of a scorched wooden platform. The ropes are taut as if there's a body hanging from each noose, but there's nothing there. Players can stick their arms or hands through the noose and not feel a thing. Although there is a stone with a black handprint placed at the base of the structure. And the thought is that this is going to be a place where there are ghosts that are hanging. And finding out more about this, there will be a bunch of interaction that can happen, but we have found that this group of people that are hung are actually ghosts that are still hanging, which is why the ropes are there. It's a magical rope. And they tried to con the wrong person. They found evidence of a secret society that exists and tried to blackmail the person with exposing their existence. And that person gave them a swift and just punishment. Dagon, how's it going? Just dropped in to say hi, just got home, so gonna have a shower, lol. How's world building? It is very good so far. I've made a lot of progress, even if it's just on 3 or so objects. But I mean, progress is progress. I'm getting closer and closer and closer to finally saying the world is done enough, now I can work on the second half of the campaign. But yeah, I hope you had a good dinner and enjoy your shower. I will probably be here when you get back if you are up for some more feedback. Me too. I'm excited to get started and run this, but I'm still trying to make sure that I have everything as close to finished as I can. Okay, so back to where were we? Story, side quest, no. Geography, gallows. I know, but because it's a sandbox, I kind of have to make sure that I have the main parts finished. Oh no, I'm not going to be working on this forever. There's no way. In 2 weeks, when I have a week off, I'm probably just going to be spending most of the day for the entire week doing this. Yes, render distance. Render distance is great, except for the fact that oh yeah, no, I'm not worried about the story. I want to finish the world. The story is just the milestones, and that kind of has finished how players go about things. That's going to be all 100% improv. But there's going to be a shopping list. Once they get that done, it's going to unlock the final item. Once they get that, then yes. But as for the world, I mean, yeah, I mean, the entire city has this, and I need to come up with a map for it. I need to come up with, what kind of magic shop or items, just like specific ones that will only be available here, kind of thing. Yeah, however, if I'm gonna have the BBEG have some events that are taking place at the same time, I need to figure out where they're going, where they're moving to, what they're trying to do. Hi, Parasomnia. How's your night going? Okay. You had burger. Ooh. We had barbecue. I think I had a brisket sandwich. Yes. Need is 100% true. You can always come up with everything else on the fly. I'm trying to avoid that if I possibly can, but it's not going to be end all be all. I'm not going to get to the point where I say, no, I can't start until I finish, A, B, C, D, and E. And that's why I wanted to, I want to finish the towns. I started going through one, I believe it was Artemis of the Voctaire sent me a PDF of something that is meant to help you build settlements, civilizations. And I started to do it for a sec. Lumi. Hi, Lumi. How's it going? Happy Saturday. I started going through this thing for one of my non-capital cities because it's a smaller town. And put it this way, this is what I started with originally. And everything up here, the districts, organized crime, general crime, law enforcement, leadership, night activity, disposition, visitor traffic, everything here, this helps me know a little bit about the city itself. but I'm not going to do this for every capital. There is no way. Not a chance in hell. I might do this, or I might do like a third of this. I just want a general knowledge of each of the cities. So if the party says, okay, well, I want to go here. Okay, I can only come up with so many random encounters on their 3-week travel across the world to get to the city. So yeah, I'm going to have kind of a specific thing. All right, time to go. See you later, buddy. Good progress. Sometimes guide helps for sure. That is true, Dagon. Anyways, have a great shower. I may talk to you later. And Lumi, how was your Friday? You have any plans for the weekend? Hey, Walrus. Yes, it absolutely is. It took me 3 months and having somebody else know of this picture to find it for me. I had the idea I wanted some sort of kaiju from Pacific Rim, you know, these massive skeletons and whatnot, and I wanted to have somebody build an actual city inside of it. So I was looking for kaiju city, city built inside giant animal carcass or giant carcass, and for 3 months I came up empty, and a friend of mine found this picture and it is literally perfect. No plans, that's unfortunate. But I mean, hey, rest and relaxation is always a good thing. Playing it by ear is fun sometimes. But yeah, back to what we were talking about is the world or the group, the party is going to start their campaign somewhere. How can I put my name forward to be in your game someday? Walrus, you are already on the list. The fact that you guys are coming in here and talking with me about this, I have, you know, a list of quite a few people that I would like to have in a game. I mean, that's why I'm doing, you know, the Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. I'm doing it for Crab and Saucy, who have never played but have wanted to play. So I'm trying to get a group of newbies and potentially 1 or 2 veteran players. So this one in particular happens to be with Crab and Saucy, who are both, they've never played before. And I have 2 people from my Western Winds campaign, where I am a player. And this is the first time I'm actually DMing. So I put them together. So this Dragons of Stormwreck Isle module is being run with 2 vets and 2 newbies. I have, I think, 6 or 8 other new players who I want to take through the same encounter so I can get practice going through the content that I will gain more and more knowledge as I go through. And by the end of that, I feel that I will be, since I've run this module, like I will have the confidence and a number of solutions that could potentially, you know, come up. You know, I will have covered the gambit. I will feel confident that I can handle almost anything that's thrown my way, and then I'm going to start looking for players to put through either this campaign or to run some one-shots or something in this world. Meatball, I've been playing for, we started this a little over 2.5 years ago. We started, I think it was January 6th of 2 years ago. So it's been 2 years, and then from January 6th until today. About 6 months into that, I decided I wanted to start writing this campaign and making my own story. I've played through a Lost Mines of Phandelver campaign that lasted a little over a year. It was a year and 3 months, and it was half homebrew, half module. The other campaign I was with for almost this exact same amount of time, I think we started a week or 2 after, was a Darkest Dungeons rule set for D&D, and it took me a year and 3 months to get from level 3 to level 4 using the experience leveling system. It was true, grimy, gritty, difficult, because your stats were rolled one at a time going down the list. Your class and race were rolled for random. Your starting gold was randomized. It was very, very strenuous and difficult. It was fun, but I don't think I would do it again. And those are kind of the 3 campaigns that I've played in. I've played in a couple other campaigns that lasted 2 to 3 sessions before somebody thought it would be smart to shove the quest giver in a bag of holding and lock him in there, trying to blackmail him into giving us something extra, and the DM ghosted us. I had been in a number of campaigns that were getting set to start, and people just didn't show up, and it never really went more than a session, if it got through a session. And that was kind of when it was about 2 months after I started the first 2 campaigns that made it past a year. That was when one of the DMs that ghosted us, we had a party, and I ended up going out on Reddit, and I found a DM who wanted to run a homebrew campaign for us. We already had a group of 4 people, and one of the people in the Western Winds, which is the campaign that I've streamed for over 2 years, one other person in that group was part of the group that I was looking for a campaign with. Also, my best friend in real life has wanted to start playing D&D as well. So I created a group with the one guy from the previous campaign that we never got to play, along with my best friend in real life and one other person that we found randomly through Reddit. So the party of the 4 of us started this campaign called the Western Winds. And that ran for 2.5 years until we got put on hiatus about back in March. And since then, I have been free on Friday nights. So I thought about trying to join another campaign on Friday nights, and I couldn't find a game that worked in the very specific time window that I was part of, so I decided to try doing the DM thing. And all the while, since that 6 months after starting playing, I started writing this world. And then back in March when we went on hiatus, I'm like, okay, well, I can start doing the DM thing, and if it works out, if I get my confidence up and I can see how I can run a campaign as well as stream it, because it's fun to meet, all these new people. Like, I've met you through streaming, I've met all the Voctera through streaming. Parasomnia I actually met through playing a game. I play Smite, which is a MOBA similar to League of Legends with a different perspective. But we sit there and chit chat in Discord all day long. It's because I work from home, I'm an IT security professional. So having sort of the personal interaction, if I'm not on a call for work, is very refreshing, relaxing. So yeah. Yes, that is you, Parasomnia. But that is why I stream. I don't stream to make money. I stream to have fun, to make new friends, to talk to people. So yeah. So that's why I'm trying to share my idea with everybody. This is a story that I started writing the pitch, and the pitch has kind of turned into this whole thing, this campaign I started. Okay, cool. So you have this world, you have this idea that's happening, and then I said, okay, well, now I need to make a world. And the campaign pitch that I came up with, the idea, I didn't think could last from level 1 to level 20, because I want to find a group that I can play with for a couple years. Like, I want to find that group of regular people that I can sit there, chit chat, make inside jokes and memories, and just have a blast with for a long time. Yes, I like making friends of all ages, of all, sorts, even if it's just a, hey, it's nice to meet you, I'll never see you again, but I enjoyed your company. I love that. However, I want to find some more long-term friends that at the end of the campaign, I can say, hey, let's play this last session. Let's go to Vegas. Let's play this in person. Let's go rent a cabin out in the woods, and we're going to finish this campaign in a cabin that is built to look like a castle kind of thing. Or let's go somewhere, like, let's throw a party. Like, I want to develop that type of a friendship for a single group of people. So I figure if I can build this world and I can find the group I mean, even if it's just my personal friends that I have here in the state where I'm at, 'cause I'm running the same Dragons of Stormwreck Isle as a first-time DM as for an in-person group as well. It includes one of my good friends from in town, as well as 2 mutual friends that he's introduced me to. Along with, I mean, I want to be able to run games for my daughter and all this other stuff. I just like good storytelling, and there's a lot of good stories to be told by the players. That's something that apparently I wouldn't say one of the few, but I know there are a lot of people out there that are thinking, okay, you know, D&D, yeah, the DM tells the story, but people don't seem to realize that the story is told by the players. Like, it's created and it's determined by the players. The DM is just the vessel, the person who actually tells what happens based on the players' decisions. The players are the ones playing the story. So I'm very excited to see where all these ideas that I have, and that's why I want to build the world so they can play and sandbox in it. And I can say, okay, so yeah, if you're going to do this, I know that based on the lore and the background of this person or of this area, that if they do this, something along the lines of this is going to happen. So here we are, off on another tangent. As is par for the course. So that's why I want to have all these things. Like the Blackwood Forest is obviously going to be on the map. The Prism Lake is on the map. The Danzig Desert is going to be somewhere on this island, somewhere in this box. And if somebody's trying to get to this area here, they might potentially stumble onto the Danzig Desert. But if we have the Danzig Desert, the Blackwood Forest, we have the Great Divide, because that is an actual place here. We have everything else. Let's go geography. Add a page, rename major landmarks. And we will rename this plug and play. Plug and play. So then all of these are going to be sub pages, and these are going to be sub pages here. Sub page. Okay. So all the plug and play ones are, I say, okay, so when I zoom in, if there's, say there's some sort of roads spider webbing out this way, and they're traveling along the road from here, they're going off in this direction. Okay, what's something I can do? I'm gonna say, lonely tree. Boom, you have the lonely tree. There's some sort of a forest here. So I can go back here and I say, okay, yeah, there's a bunch of trees here in the forest, and they're all surrounding this little tree that's right here in this area. And then I could say, okay, cool, there's a plug and play option. That's what I'm creating these landmarks for. It's not the dancing desert. Yeah, Parasomnia. It's not the dancing desert. However, there is a Cave of Wonders type of place in the dancing desert. So I get to do the Megatron voice, the Frank Welker voice. Yes. That is what the Danzig Desert is. There's this ruins here. This is probably one of my favorite spots in this entire map. And Meatball, it has to do with, there's a cleansing effect that I'm taking from, I think it's Ravensloft, or Von Richten's Guide to Ravensloft, which is the stress mechanic. And the stress mechanic basically is going to add a -1 to ability checks or ability rolls for every day that you spend in the radius of this specific ruins idea. And there is a cult here, and the cult is very friendly and welcoming, and come on in, put your stuff down, here's some food, here's some clothes, can we give you something to water, surely you're parched. you know, and it's everybody who hears that, if they've played D&D before, you immediately are going to think, oh, they're trying to brainwash me, they're trying to fatten me up, they're going to sacrifice me and eat me, something along those lines. And the Danzig Desert, I don't know what the ruins are going to be called, but it's going to be these ruins that you can't really see until you're on top of them, until you happen upon this little ridge and you walk and you peer over and you're looking down into this keep that seems to be covered by sand. But as you get closer, you start to feel a little hazy, and what it does is the heat, the dryness, and these draining magics around this desert kind of parch you of not only your water, but also your motivation to hide things. It is going to cleanse you via exhaustion of any sort of facade or charade that you're trying to keep up. And it's not like it's hurting you, but more and more along the lines of, you don't really need to pretend you're somebody else. Mines bro, dwarf bro. How's it going, man? Happy Saturday. This stress activator meatball is once a day. So I'm not expecting the people to, spend more than a couple days here the first time, because they're going to meet this group. They are going to kind of be taken in, be offered food and shelter, because they're going to have been traveling the desert for a couple days. They're going to offer to refill their supplies and everything else, and share some stories. They want to hear some stories about new travelers. Dwarf, I am revisiting the Danzig Desert right now. Meatball, there is no save. This is purely time-based, and it is a permanent. It's not raw for the stress mechanic that is in Von Richten's Guide to Ravensloft. It is, the longer they stay here, the more they are starting to be dissuaded from leaving. The people that are here of the cults have no intention of leaving. They can grow their own food. They have a water supply that is like an underground river. They grow plants that actually can sustain them as well. They have no reason to go out and try and find trade anywhere else. They are very content being here, and it's because they've been here long enough that they just don't really care about anything else. They're not dissuading anybody from leaving. Yes, Dwarf has it correct. It's more like a cumulative charm effect. However, I'm adding the negative to rolls because there is a trial here, a maze, if you will. Inside, again, let me make this clear. There is no threat of physical harm or of dying to anybody in the party while they're here. As soon as they leave the radius, if they just travel in one direction and they take a long rest after they get outside of the radius of these draining magics, they get everything back 100%. So it's not a permanent thing, which is why I say there's no save to it. With that, I am going to try and drop hints about, how do you remember your mother? Oh, she had blonde hair with blue eyes and this necklace, and the necklace was a locket. And I say, what locket? You don't remember a locket. It's not that they won't want to, it's that they might have to make a roll, or they might have to try really hard to remember why they're here or where they were going. It's more of, the longer they stay here, the more they just realize that, oh, this is a nice place. I'm starting to feel more and more at home here. I'm starting to feel like I could potentially live here. I mean, granted, it would take 3 or 4 days to do that, and they will be able to go through the entire area, minus the maze, in a day or so. Death Spiral? I don't think so. Possibility of prompts to invoke a questioning of their situation if they get too deep. Yeah, if they start spending 4 or 5 days here, I mean, the point is I want them to discover this place and know that it exists. They will know that there is some super powerful artifact in the back of this maze. If they try to attempt the maze when they first get here, and the thought is they'll get here at like level 3, level 4, something along those lines, like they will travel through here, so they might make it here. If they make it here, they can go through the maze with really, really high DCs. And the goal is I want them to know that it's impossible because they can't make the checks. So maybe they need to come back when they have higher proficiency and are able to make higher checks. Let's see. Could have the raw wisdom score factor and how long it takes to overtake, allowing variation to the party perception, will allow for the gravity of the situation. No, I mean, I will. The checks themselves, if they start making, if they want to say, yeah, you know, I want to make a wisdom check or something like that, and they describe what they're trying to do, I'm not going to stop them from doing that. And I can say, yeah, you know, you feel like you're starting to lose your memory. And I'm trying to find the best way to organically work that in so they don't even need to make a check. That's why I'm saying something like, oh, well, how do you remember this? Oh, I remember this and this and this. Well, what lock it, right? Let's read about the Death Spiral. First came around in the old days when creatures would attack you and drain levels on hit. With every successful hit, you become less able to hit the enemy and more likely to become hit again. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I expected it to be. But yeah, I haven't heard of it actually being a death spiral. I haven't heard the term death spiral. Yes. Well, I have something in here. Where is it? Yeah, I wrote it here. I want to organically drop details of this place to the players that something is not right here. Not right here. They're losing their memories, personality, ability scores. Yeah, I have a slight homebrew for when players get knocked unconscious, and I'm testing that out with the Dragons of Stormwreck Isle. It hasn't happened yet. But yeah, we can discuss that in just a second. But let's see. The deep dive into people here, ritual site, maze labyrinth. Your mind feels can't remember the details, or your memories, or your mission. I don't think it's ever going to get to the point because it's not. Well, the PCs, as I envision it happening, and I know this is bad, but my thought is there's not much to do here. There's literally a small farm. There is... Yes, I want to build some sort of subclass that embodies the nature of a samurai itself. The fighter subclass of samurai doesn't read or doesn't translate to samurai, in my opinion. I want something that, is based off Bushido. It is meant to have insanely fast, sword strikes. Maybe they get an extra attack, but it does half damage, but they're able to attack 3 times, like at a certain level. Something like that, where samurai were known for being honorable. Like, they are the paladins without the oath, but they deal with a single katana or the daisho. Ranger subclass would work, but I want something that embodies the samurai way of life. They are extremely good swordsmen. They have a blade that does a decent amount of damage. Like, maybe make it a D8 one-hander and a D12 two-hander. Maybe they can use a nodachi instead of a katana, which is the two-handed sword that was meant to, cleave horses in two. But lightning fast, like maybe gives them an extra bit of movement for their draw, their batojutsu. But they can't sneak around, right? Just their pride gives them, I don't know, something along those lines. But like that's what I'm looking for. I was throwing it out there as an idea. You don't have to work on that. But that's kind of along the lines of something I'd like to create in the future once I'm done with the world. Sorry, guys. Dwarf Down Under is also a D&D streamer. He does all sorts of stuff from Souls games to creating a bunch of homebrew items and ideas, mechanics for D&D. I will probably raid into him tonight if he is streaming soon, because he's in Australia. So he normally starts right around the time that I end. Yeah, I mean, more power to you. Okay. Oh, thank you, Dwarf. I appreciate that. You're just as much as legend as I am, because you have a group of people. Ish and Jandor and, I mean, everybody. But back to this. I wouldn't say it's the soft version of the Death Spiral, because, again, they're going to be able to explore the entire area in a day if they just want to explore. I mean, they might want to talk with some of the locals, and I mean, that's not going to take very long. This group might be 20, 25 people. It's a small little settlement. And they're going to figure out, okay, well, I mean, it's not like they're going to be spending 2 weeks here, which would be -14 to all their rolls. And it's mainly for the ability check to open the doors of the maze. And the thought is, okay, well, there's nothing to do here. We can't, we went through the maze, and, I'm going to tell them, you're a bit hazy, you're a bit out of sorts, and you feel more out of sorts. And now you're really starting to feel out of sorts. Like, maybe there's something that you're forgetting. So with that, the goal is to steer them towards leaving and coming back later. And later, because you can only find this spot unless you stumble onto it. Later on in the campaign, I'm going to introduce a Jack Sparrow's compass, which will lead them right here. So they can come back when they have maxed out whatever score they're going to be using for the maze, and they'll be able to make it through the maze. They'll be able to get the artifact, which will tremendously increase their chances or drop the difficulty of whatever encounter the artifact is meant to help with. Or they don't have to come back ever and just leave it as is. But I call this my favorite because it's something I've never seen done in a game. I've never heard of anybody running anything like this. And I can say 100% that I created this. This is one of the things that I have not had a lot of people give me feedback on, because it's so hard to describe to begin with. And I described it, and somebody, I think a month ago, turned me on to the stress mechanic. They said, oh yeah, that sounds just like the stress mechanic. So they linked it to me, and I'm like, that's perfect. That exactly explains what I've been trying to do. So then I've started talking about what kinds of people would be here, what actually is this rock formation, these ruins. So I built the Danzig Desert and the ruins that are underneath it. I guess that would be the Danzig ruins. And Danzig, I don't know where that came from. It just sounded good. But I do need to rename kind of everything that is here, because naming everything is the bane of my existence. I don't have a bunch of these language generators, and it's not like I'm pulling anything from Ireland and saying, oh yeah, I'm just going to take the Gaelish stuff. The Island of the Lotus Eaters. I have not heard of that at all. Island of the Lotus Eater. Immortality and Mythology Britannica. Oh, it's from Odysseus' travels. During his return to Troy after a north wind had driven him to the men from Cape Malvia, invited Odysseus' scouts to eat of the mysterious plant. Those who did were overcome with blissful forgetfulness. They had to be dragged back to the ship and chained to the rowing benches, or they never would have returned to their duties. Okay, yeah. This is not... That is a very good analogy, but the cult is not trying to force them to stay here. The cult is literally just friendly. Again, I'm going against, what I would imagine would happen if any DM mentioned this to me. But they are not going to be pushy. They're going to say, you're welcome to stay here as long as you want. We will give you food and shelter. We just ask that you help around a little bit. But it's not the food that's doing anything. It happens to be the draining magics come from the middle of the planet, where there is a prison that was built to constantly drain the magics of a lesser god who was imprisoned there many eons ago. During the cataclysm event that I had mentioned, the two lesser gods that had struck the shield magic of the Titans, when that cleaved the world in two, not only did it separate a major city, the capital city of the Underdark, and moved it away from the rest of the Underdark, but it also cracked this prison. So the draining magic is starting to make its way to the surface through, the path of least resistance, going through fissure vents and all this stuff through the middle of the planet, and it just so happens to be coming out from underneath these ruins. That is what is causing this whole thing to happen. So the people that are here are just a unfortunate consequence of collateral damage. They are not trying to harm anyone in any way. They just want to live, and they have been living here and being here for a long time. Now, that's not to say that there won't be an Island of the Lotus Eaters anywhere, but this in particular is not that. That might be true. I'm saying that they built these ruins, or they built this building. No, because it would have had to happen after the calamity. No. They could have been building this area. This was a keep, because the sand of the desert, go back to the maps. Or scroll over to the right. So the sands of this desert, right? When everything happened, this is massive, like rock and stone. The desert, the sand, is kind of everything that was pushed back from this area. It was... Well, that's not what I want. Okay, zoom up. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so the stone is this area here, and all the rock that was kind of obliterated from this area has kind of come into its own, drawing green. So this is all sand. That is kind of the pulverized or the annihilated stone that came from this area here. It was just kind of pushed in this direction when the cataclysm happened. So that's why the desert was formed, and it covered everything in the area. And it only went as far as here because it wasn't a stronger hit. Yeah. And now I need to move this back. Select. How do I move? Draw. Okay, but yes. Okay. But yeah, that is what became of the Danzig Desert. You can kind of see on here, there's a slight discoloration right along this area here. And that's where the sand starts, because the sand was kind of like a wave as it pushed over there. So yeah. Any other questions? At least on the desert, or just anything in general? In the meantime, I'm looking through this list of weird locations to try and add more. I think what I'm really trying to do is put off trying to put a lot more work into these. I've been working on this on and off, and when I say on and off, I mean half hour here, and then maybe an hour in like 2 weeks later, like truly on and off. Whenever I get an idea, I'll come here, I'll spend 10-15 minutes writing up an idea. And then, but yeah, I've been doing this for about 2 years. I've had, I think this is my third stream of world building, where I've actually invited people to share their input and kind of add a bunch of stuff. Oh, well, thank you. It's, I don't like to half-ass anything, and when I start to get in the creative mood, I want to sit and finish things. Like, I get tunnel vision. That's why I hate the fact that I do go off on tangents sometimes, because I want to finish this. I want to... Ooh, shiny. Squirrel! Like, all sorts of stuff. But yeah. People have told me, oh, you're over prepping and this and that. It's like, well, yeah, but I want to build the world so then I can start writing campaigns specifically for, I want to be able to run 5 or 6 different time periods in the same world. So that's why I'm trying to come up with the history and the landmarks and what they are, what they represent, how they came to be, what they, when it happened. And yeah, Dwarf, this is Thok, the moon druid. Yes, and I do enjoy it. I really do. Yeah, and that's why I'm saying I want to get the capital cities done. I want to have another... I'd like to have like 20 total plug-and-play things. And then that'll be that. Everything else will be either made as players are creating their characters and say, I want to create a place that this kind of thing happens. 3 years, wow. That's a pretty big world, Dwarf. It's a project that goes on as long as you want it to, yes. So that's why I said I think it's just because I don't want to. I need to get into these specific things, but for that I need to write more of these characters. But each world and city has a small blurb about it. They have a small blurb about the governor or governess, as well as their race, their class, and their subclass. There's a Triton that runs Leeside, and this is Governor Voldos. He's a conjuration wizard. Born of the sea, Voldos cares about protecting people irregardless of their allegiance, and from the predators of the world. Everything from sea serpents to the creatures of the Shadowfell have fallen to the Triton and his guard. Leeside offers sanctuary to all who visit it. This is the sanctuary city. If somebody is wanted for anything, they can come here and they are offered asylum. That is all I have for this city. I want to create a brief history of Triton so I can know in the story this is where he would fall on these topics, and give him, I need to figure out if he's a monarch, if he's elected, if he is part of if he's like a CEO of a company who started the city and he's not royalty, but it's his city. And I need to do that for all 13 capital cities. This is one of the only ones I don't have a picture for because it's a dragon thing. That's no good. I've forgotten twice as much as my worlds as I know now because I wasn't writing things down frequently enough. That's why I have this OneNote. I can pull it up. I could copy and paste a sentence or type down a sentence and then close it and it saves. That's what I've been doing. Like, I've got my interesting ideas. I've got Karsus's avatar spell and Dargothoth. Meatball, let me know if you know either of those. Sounds like it would be run by the highest bidder to be that accepting of criminality. And Dwarf, no, that is the big one on the big one built into the dragon. These two here, Meatball, it's Karsus's avatar and Dargothoth. So Dargothoth is probably one of, if not the most powerful dragon ever. I'm pasting them in chat. You should read up on those and tell me what you think. These, both of these are something to be used only as myth or for really, really high level encounters if you really want to give some sort of challenge. Dargothoth is, think Darth Plagueis from the Star Wars canon. He is a dragon that made himself immortal and did something along the lines of planted all sorts of things in the world that would take hundreds of years to mature so that he could rule the world thousands of years in the future. And Karsus's avatar was it 3.5? I think it was. No, it was 2E, second edition. Karsus himself believed the spell was even capable of allowing its users to become a god of their choosing, replacing a current god with themselves the moment the spell was completed. But in truth, the spell could only steal the power of a god, which was not permanent. It alters the very disposition of reality, is what Karsus's avatar does. Yes, Mr. Longgame for sure. So Karsus's avatar is basically choose a god and name it. The primary caster takes on the full power, feature, and abilities and spells of that god, in effect replacing the chosen god by becoming the god yourself. However, once the spell is complete, and any and all aspects of the chosen god managed and had power over are no longer managed and stop functioning, similar to how the weave broke when Karsus first cast the spell. DM decides what specific effects happen, and this lasts until the primary caster uses their newfound power to take on management of whatever aspects of reality broke. You basically become a god. Yeah, it's dumb. And that's why I said it's interesting to see what people have done with the like super high level that isn't supposed to be used by players. Dargothoth actually has a very interesting history, which is why it was considered, I have it here just so I can go back and research it to potentially use something similar in some future campaigns. Definitely not in the one that I'm currently writing. But I mean, it's like, yeah, I do the same thing. I write down all sorts of stuff. Things that I hear. Like this was just a funny idea I had, or I had heard somewhere, was it Reddit or a YouTube video or something. There's a goblin engineer artificer who's built a massive exoskeleton. Before each fight, these robots send off a flare. So the robots are what the party is fighting, and every time the robots send off a flare, but in reality, it's just the BBEG who had just finished coding up a new Mark XYZ suit to take on the party. Alright, dwarf. Wake up, get that caffeine. The great retconning. Yeah. But I mean, I think the idea is kind of funny that every time it's the Incredibles, where you have this giant robot that's, taken over the world, and when the Incredibles go to fight it, it shoots off a flare. Well, in reality, it's shooting off a small creature, with a ejection seat. So it's the BBEG who has just finished building this robot, and he's going off to make the next one to try and take down the party. It's got the kids' TV show, the Inspector Gadget kind of thing going on with it. And then this one in particular, I got this one from Shadow and Bone, which is a good book series. But the Disciple, the greatest thief who's ever lived, has stolen countless artifacts from throughout the world. From time to time, he's fenced or parted ways with some from his private collection. The party sent to search for this blade, which is rumored to be sharp enough to cut anything, and they're told to go to a tea house and order a pot of a tea that's off menu. That's how they're supposed to meet with the contact that can point them in the direction of the blade that's being sold. The tea house contact is a woman who makes a motion to the waitress, and a distraction happens. Perception checks, and if they pass, they note that the tea house contact doesn't make any footsteps or sound. The goal is to get the party to think that she's the thief. Later on, the party decides to check her house out, and it's trapped with a poison room, with the goal to get one party member to stay outside or distracted, and they're able to find a way to save the party that, is... So once they're saved, they lay in wait to ambush the person when they come back. They get in a fight with the tea house contact who comes back after her errands, and she's very adept with magic and metal, as well as fighting with her jewelry. Magic combs, telekinesis, whatever. And what happened in Shadow and Bone, spoiler warning, if someone's smart enough, they go into the house and they find the frail old man who's looking like he's going to die within a month or less. Party finds out that she is a lesser god that has crafted the blade, and her husband of many years is the disciple the party was trying to find. But since she's a goddess who's against the BBEG and allows the purest of heart to take the blade and maybe have it tied to a certain character. So I would do this based on a specific party member to give them, an artifact, weapon, whatever it is. But I thought the turn of events was really fun, and the fact that somebody was smart enough to, in the show, they come out walking with this old man, not trying to kill him, but like the whole turn of events where everyone thinks that the woman is the disciple, but she's actually the crafter of the blade. So after watching that episode, I came up here and I typed this as quickly as I could so I didn't forget it, for that same exact reason, because I don't want to have to try and remember a bunch of stuff. I'm going to be taking a ton of notes as I try and go through these things, but I take notes just on pretty much anything that I can think of that is a good idea, that is a good something that I can just kind of hang out and potentially use in the future. So once I can finish off with these different things, and I guess what I should do, I'm going to do this here, because Othello's not plug and play. Othello's at a very specific location. Giant bird perch, the Celestial Forge I need to come up with an idea for. Prism Lake is a specific location. Lake Isonia is a specific location. Everything else here. We have 7 plug-and-play items. We have 7 major landmarks. We have 13 capital cities. 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. One of these is not a capital city. One of these is not like the other. I guess Volcania is not part of that. So there's 14 total capital cities. But yeah, I need to come up with a name for each of these, and I'd like to come up with something that they're known for, if there's something specific that can be purchased or traded for in each of these cities, whether it be information or items in particular. And then, yeah, I'd say that the cities are done. I'd like to come up with some sort of battle map, kind of like this, that shows the interior workings of the city. Let's see. Yeah, Onrix and Fornmouth are the only two that don't have pictures. This is Kinel, and this is that Crystal Lake here that I was mentioning earlier. You have kind of a castle or a keep here. Then you have a waterside or lakeside village, which is up here on the wall. This place is the most defended or heavily defensed area on the planet, because the gnomes have built the Warforged. But the halflings also live here, and they take care of all the hospitality things, because the gnomes don't want to deal with anybody that isn't a gnome or isn't trying to make them money. So you have the dichotomy here of the kind and friendly halflings and the rich and snooty and uber intelligent gnomes. You have Onrix, which is... it's Singapore, for lack of a better term. Singapore or Japan, but Singapore is known for as being as clean and as strict on crime as they are. A proud species that has proved its mettle by combat, Onyxius won out long ago and has held his place at the top for decades. In this case, Onrix is ruled by Governor Onyxius Creve, and he, as soon as somebody can beat him in a duel, he will concede rulership of this city to that person. But because he's a fighter, he's an Eldritch Knight, because I wanted them to be a caster of some sort. His city has a strict code of conduct and is notoriously harsh. However, its streets are clean and there's no homeless living anywhere within the city limits. There's also not a lot of crime here, because if you are caught with any sort of criminal behavior, it's Aladdin. They cut off your hand kind of thing. So nobody wants the stigma of being labeled a thief or anything else. It is swift and strict punishment here in Onrix. Lee side we discussed briefly. Kirkith is here. Kirkith is where the dwarves discovered diamonds. And diamonds here are very plentiful. Another thing that I wanted to do for my world is make diamonds worth 300 gold fairly rare. So there's a lot of cheap diamonds. They're not necessarily good quality, but there's a lot of them. And diamonds are not very expensive. So finding a rare diamond that will allow you to cast Revivify is going to be very few and far between. So much to the point where diamonds have been kind of put into the entirety of this city. So much that when there's a sunrise or sunset, depending on the way that the city is facing, there's diamond speckle in the streets, as well as in the sides of some of the buildings, which give them a glow. So I mean, think of it like quartz. How quartz is almost readily available in the world. So trying to find an expensive piece of quartz is very rare. And the idea came to me when I saw online somebody said, oh, there's a BBEG who decided to flood the diamond market with a bunch of diamonds so nobody can cast Revivify. I don't want to go that far, but I want to have, if you go and visit a king, there's got to be a ton of diamonds that he has somewhere, right? Diamonds and emeralds and rubies and sapphires and gold and this and that. I don't want somebody to say, is this a common reading? What do you mean reading? I'm not sure what you mean by, is this a common reading? It says diamond with 300 GP. If you say haggle for the diamond. No, I wouldn't be that strict. It would just be, if I'm lowering the value of diamonds as a whole, it's going to have to be a good diamond that it would, what's the term? When somebody inspects it, they certify or appraise. It would appraise for 300 gold. Whether you haggle down and get it for 5 gold, that's up to you. And that's perfectly valid. But if it would appraise for 300 gold is how I interpret that. And when I say appraise, just in case you have the question, if you do the, what is it? The sense worth or whatever it is where you can distort the value of something, that would not take effect. Or that would not count. Are playing the rules interpreted, at least by most people I was playing with, like as like a carat value. Well, yeah, if you can find, you know, a 1 carat diamond, that's probably worth quite a bit. And I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, even a 1 carat diamond, you know, that's not a very big diamond. But I mean, think about it. In real life, if you're looking at a 5 carat diamond, I mean, that's almost the size of a dime, no matter what cut it's in. If you find a 5 carat diamond, that's worth, you know, multiple tens of thousands of dollars. So even if it's cut and scratched and all sorts of stuff, it's still worth multiple thousands of dollars. So it's not like somebody's going to be able to say, okay, well, you know, I found this diamond, it looks big enough, but it's only worth like 100 gold because it's cracked and this and that. It's, well, no, there's some sort of, I mean, as a DM, I'm going to say when they find something, you find a diamond and it's a big diamond. It looks worth quite a bit of money. Or, yeah, you might find some diamond chips. You might find, because I mean, what I'm trying to say is when they're here in the city, they will find diamond flecks, diamond specks all over the place. I don't want them to start trying to chisel into the fountain to remove some of these diamonds to be, oh, well, that, you know, let's just take a handful of diamonds with us. Because the way that I wrote the history is that there was a time where the elves were the first race here. And the elves, under the guidance of the goddess, helped all the other civilizations kind of start. They brought their culture, their society, their architecture. They helped people create societies. They created friendships. They were the original traveling peddlers and missionaries. So what they would do is they would go and they would, you know, help people set up trade routes, common languages, stuff like that. And culture kind of stood up very quickly. And even today, you will notice that there is some elvish architecture or some elvish ideology in a bunch of different cultures around the world and societies. So what they do with that is at some point much later down the road, the dwarves here in Kirkith discovered diamonds, and they have a diamond mine, and they started pulling diamonds out of the planet like it was candy. So much that they decided to make their city glow, to make it shine in the sun. They wanted to show that they were opulent, and material greed kind of took over. Society favored diamonds more so than culture and information. Everyone wanted to be shiny. So that kind of sparked a new era, the diamond era. After that, there's a couple other things that happened, but people just never really went back to understanding that knowledge is power and information is the most valuable secret of all, except for the Hands of Death, who we were talking about. So the Hands of Death, yes, gold works very well, but information that is valuable is really valuable. So yes, they hoard their information and they can sell trade secrets and whatnot. But they also do accept money because they need to be able to buy things without giving up some of their secrets. So that's why, in the description it says, but gold works very well also. So with that, let me see. I need to have what's left. Naming each city with final name. Naming goddess, gods, avatars, or titans, colossi. Naming the world. Finding city maps. Finding/creating city maps. For each capital city. And they don't have to be detailed, just having some sort of map for it. Find inspiration pictures for Onyx and Foreign-Mouth. Let's see, what else? Naming the city, naming the gods and goddesses, naming the world, finding city maps for each, finding inspiration pictures for those two. People... let's see. Finish major landmarks. Description, lore. What's there? Goblins and warlocks coming in with a big raid. How you doing? Welcome in, raiders. Let me give you a shout out.
Get blasted. Not great. She will take 14 radiant damage. And then the wall does shorten by 10 feet, so it's now only 50 feet long.
This
Oh, I
tree
want to see
falls
balance.
over and it's on fire now.
Oh, I want to see you balance the fire on top of the tree, like you were trying.
Oh, shut up. How much damage was it?
14?
So Jugan lighting a tree on fire in an actual in-person game. That's impressive. How are you all doing? I might look at the brawn. Ooh, I will check that out. Braun and Hagenberger maps. Let's see. So, for everybody that came in on the raid, I welcome you all. I thank you very much, Goblets and Warlocks, for A, the follow, B, the raid, trusting me with your community. I hope your game went well, or the end of your game went well. I am Mines. I like to consider myself the storyteller extraordinaire. I am working on my first world building experience, as well as creating a campaign. I've been playing the game for 2.5 years. I love a good story, and I love making friends. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all I can say about me. If you have any questions, feel free to chime in. If you have any feedback, if you have any ideas that you think would be good for this world, I welcome any and all suggestions. I have been working on this world for about 2 years. I've got everything from a world map to major landmarks with experience or with kind of descriptions, I have towns built into the carcasses of massive dragons. Thank you for the lurk, Lewis. Jedi for life. I appreciate it. And I'm working on the capital cities and just trying to figure out what's left to do for my world before I can consider it done to the point where I can start finishing writing my campaign. Hey, Charlie. Yeah, welcome in. We've made a lot of progress tonight. We've found some really good new kind of minor landmarks that I can plug and play wherever I need to. Charismatic. There we go. And I was just writing down kind of a list of what needs to be done before the world is finished to the point where I can focus on the campaign until that's done enough that I feel comfortable and can start actually running the campaign. And I say running with an asterisk because I've only DM'd 2 sessions. Yeah. So we shall see where that happens. Let's finish major landmark description lore. What's there? I have the world map. Oh, that's right. Maybe change the world map to reflect actual scaling of distance / look more like a full world instead of a land mass and a half of a portion of the world. Okay, so that's where I'm at currently. I'm okay with a hex grid, at least for the world map side of things. I haven't seen like a combat map for a hex grid, but I am not opposed to it. I don't even know where I would find a hex. Let's see. Hex grid overlay, maybe? Is there a transparent hex grid that I can use? Yeah, Hexes is great for, like, I've used Hex. No, I haven't. So I'm thinking Heroes of Might and Magic, it was still squares. For D&D, it's always been Roll20, which is just 5e, which is squares. Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to hexes because it's the same kind of thing. But yeah, I haven't used it. So let me take a look at this thing really quick here, though. The Brawn and Hogenberg maps. What do we have? Looking at these. University of South Carolina libraries. So these are actual maps, huh? Why does a university system not have a secure website? I will have to see if they have a secure version of that. I want to bookmark it just because. I will have to go back to that. I do like the style of the maps. Hexgrid world map helps for overland travel. Yes, it does. 24-mile hexes is the standard for hex crawl, which is the distance you could travel in a day. 3 miles an hour. 8 hours of travel with rest. Okay, that makes sense. But one thing before I forget, goblins and warlocks, if you are still around, can you give me a brief synopsis of what happened in your session tonight? And how well do you think it went? I know that the party was caught being intruders, but I had to lurk shortly after they started calling for intruders, and I want to see how it ended. Okay, so let's see. So I guess my question for you, Meatball, for the next one is, do you or can you think of any I want to say name generators or some sort of like dictionary specifically for the different races of D&D? Like if I'm trying to find, geography, so that's a Sylvan word. This was a Norse word. Southport is common. And then how do you name your cities, your world, your gods and goddesses? Oh, geez. Donjon has everything on the site. Wow. Okay, then. Yeah, I will have to play around with this for sure. Wait, what? It's amazing how small the world feels when you find something that correlates or that links to something that you wouldn't imagine linking to. So I went to Donjon, and Donjon has a Ruby team generator, and Ruby being the animated series and whatnot. So I click on that because I misclicked on random treasure generator. So I clicked on the Ruby team generator, and it explains what Ruby is. Now, I've never heard of Ruby aside from one of the other games I play. Smite has a Ruby crossover where they have a couple characters that are reskinned to be characters from Ruby. And I'm reading this. Ruby is an animated series created by the late Monty Ohm and produced by Rooster Teeth. I've watched Monty Ohm's early works. I didn't know that he made anything professionally. And now I want to watch this because of the fact that it's made by Monty Ohm. That is... wow. Okay. That makes it nice and ties everything together very well. Pick a real word equivalent language, research the sounds a bit, throw things together till they sound right. Every now and again I'll do a direct translation, but only if it's a language I don't use often or don't hear used very often. I've been on a Tamil and Urdu kick lately. Yeah, that's kind of what I did with Bezark and Thok being the orcs. I wanted them to be more druidic in nature as opposed to the bloodlust, blood-hungry savages that most people tend to put them in. Bryantport is run by a human. Southport is run by a human, which is also the brother or sister of... Southport is the brother with Mateus Springheart. Bryantport is Kira Springheart. Forest Edge is run by a Spore Druid Tortle, who speaks Common. Galdra is Sylvan. It's the area of the Fey Folk. Kalandra is Vidalkin, and I'm using the name straight out of Magic the Gathering. They are built on a ley line of the planet, and they are the only species that seems to know anything about the Aether, and they aren't in a hurry to share the secret of Aether with anybody else on the planet. Nahalia is what I came up with for the Goliath language. But the Goliaths apparently use Norse, I think, or they are close to being Norse. OP, I'm here, drunk but here, and lurking, my bro. OP, welcome in. Thank you very much for the lurk. I always appreciate your support. I hope you've been well, and the fact that you're drunk means you had a blast tonight. Dwarf returns, and he's finally caffeinated up. Well, that's a lot better than being caffeinated down. And one of my countries, Vardanice, which I took from the book series, is 25 years old and didn't sell very well in the first place. So I'm confident none of my players will recognize it. PCM, hi. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Happy Friday, depending on where you're at in the world. How are you doing this fine evening? And Meatball? Yeah, I mean, that's a great idea. I just don't have any book series that are 25 years old. Wandering around Twitch while doing character stuff. It's a little French. Vardonnay. Okay. Oh, yeah, I said Vardonnay as opposed to Vardonnay. Yeah, I got it. What kind of character are you building? Or what character stuff are you doing, PCM? I'm glad you found us. And that emote. It looks like a kiwi with the set of leaves on top. I can't place it. Catchy Noof. It's a little cherub with a cup of coffee. Or a steaming beverage, maybe? Kind of looks like the little Cupid cherub is sipping on one of these. She's an Aasimar blood hunter. Ooh. You know, I've never seen or heard of anybody actually playing Blood Hunter. I've heard of people say, oh, they're great and this and that, and, you know, I'm going to be emo and all this stuff. But I've never actually talked to somebody about it. It sounds fun. Oh, thank you for the follow, Meatball. I appreciate that. I mean, she's not edgy and emo. That's why I said I only know the stereotypes, so it's interesting to actually talk to people about it. Yeah, absolutely. Give me an overview. Please and thank you. Because as far as I know, blood hunters, don't they do self-damage to do... They take damage of their own doing, so they hurt themselves to do more damage to the opponents or the enemies, right? Let's see. Your lair is the Elvish city. That's why your lair is this. I forget what your lair means in Elvish. But your lair just seemed like an Elvish name, so that's why I ended up using it. Kirkoth comes straight from Magic the Gathering as well. And it's the Falcon Wrath. It's the vampires. That's where Kirketh happened to be. And I think it kind of fit, considering that's where the place of necromancy is going to start. Lee side, I need to figure out how to make some sort of water side or ocean side, which is what Lee side is. It means in Aquan. All right, Dwarf, have a good one. Thank you very much for tuning in and offering your insight and input. I appreciate it. I will be looking for your streams earlier on. Ominous messages. That does not sound appealing. GMedic35, thank you for the follow. I hope you're doing well. And just being here and lurking is perfectly acceptable. You don't have to speak if you don't want to. I just appreciate the fact that you're here. Anyways, all right, let's hear about this blood hunter. Kinellen. Aw, Dwarf, you're too kind. Thank you very much. Volcania Formeth is Rivermouth. He's run. Tall, muscular, strong as an ox. Makes the core of his armor shield wall. She's a lot more angelic than an average Aasimar. I definitely can see that. Because there's Celestial and then there's Angels with the halo. Do Celestials normally have a halo if they're not an angel? Can't have that. You don't know? Okay. Well, then I'm going to say yes. Angels have halos, Celestials do not. Seven eyes, wings behind her ears, incomprehensible iris colors, meaning it's kind of rainbow, cries blood. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not edgy at all. Welcome back, Parasomnia. I want to know more about what the incomprehensible iris colors means. Does it mean that it's rainbows, that they are kind of shifting? Does it mean that they are clear with this kind of shadowy type substance in them as opposed to being a certain color? Do they just change over time based on her mood or his mood, its mood? Okay. And And she cries blood. And 7 eyes. Is that similar to like a spider's pattern? Or is it like 3 on each side and then 1 in the forehead? I'm always curious to see how... Okay, so those are eyes, they're not whiskers. At first I thought they were whiskers, kind of like a chibi Naruto or something. But now that you say that those are the eyes, it makes sense. Okay. Now, out of curiosity, how long does it take you to make these emotes? I'm assuming you made these emotes for Catchy Cantrips. Oh, are you making a character based on the emote? Oh, well, that's cool. That's awesome. A niche internet micro celebrity. Well, congratulations. You certainly have me beat. All right. What is your favorite part about the Blood Hunters? Bardic Dice, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing today? Tonight? This weekend? Crimson Rights, huh? And what are Crimson Rights? Crimson Rights is... Crimson Right. Hemocraft that infuses your weapon, strikes with elemental energy. You can activate any right you know on one weapon you're holding. The effect of the right lasts until you finish a short or long rest. When you activate a right, you take necrotic damage equal to 1 roll of your Hemocraft die. Damage cannot be reduced in any way. Attacks you make with this weapon are magical and deal extra damage equal to the Hemocraft die of the type determined by the chosen right. You can only hold 1 active right at a time. Other creatures can't gain the benefit of your right. So you can augment your damage by taking Bardic Dice rating with 20 people. Good lord. Holy smokes. How yeah, how are you doing? Let me give you guys a shout out. Bardic Dice. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been rated
Exciting.
for somebody now with that big.
Yeah, long ago. Who will stay behind? Ooh. Marl heals. I don't know what levels they are. We'll say Luca stays behind. Right. I'll handle things here. Do do do. Do do do. Wow, he's powerful. Word. Do, do, do.
And now, Mom, what is this? Is this the night of the raids? Hi, Mama Bear. Welcome in, every raider. You guys have come in at an interesting time. But yeah, I am Mines. I like to say that I'm a storyteller extraordinaire. I have been playing D&D for a little bit. I stream mostly D&D with a little bit of Smite and some other games mixed in, such as Subnautica. I want to give Mama Bear, one of my favorite mods, a shout as well, because she came in with the raid.
It does. I redeemed.
I am not doing your redeem. You could go suck a nut.
Wow.
Wow, Mama's so angry.
I let your ass look. If I find you one more time, you're gonna die.
I need somebody to clip that.
I'll go suck a nut.
Go suck a nut. Like my favorite phrase in the world. What you doing?
Wow.
Oh boy. Mama Bear Sam is she can be angry. Well, yes. Bardic, how did your stream go, and what brings you over here? I'm glad you decided to give me a shot and trust your community with me. I hope I can be entertaining enough. Oh, that is Adrian, huh? Hi, McNeil. Yeah, Parasomnia, you and Mama Bear would get along very well. So yeah, how is everyone doing tonight? It has been a night. We have done everything from talking about the world that I'm creating. Let me give you guys a kind of preview of my world map. I have 13 capital cities and a number of major landmarks, such as a forest that gets darker and taller the further into it you go. A set of desert ruins that you can only get to if you stumble upon it. Anybody who's played Final Fantasy VII knows the area I'm talking about underneath the gold saucer. It's kind of the inspiration for how to get to this situation, or this area. I have a city built into the giant carcass of an ancient dragon. I've got a lake that has an aurora borealis, or the northern lights effect, both above and below the water at certain points of time. I have a tree that is a mile deep inside a lake, and it is completely submerged with glowing phosphorescent algae on its leaves. And then I have other things like a city that is right outside that lake that is run by a moon druid orc, and a number of other things. I have history of the worlds, I have historic events, I have different syndicates and organized crime, as well as mercenary camps with inspiration and a bunch of stuff. I have spiritualism, where I touch on everything from atheism and agnostics to the goddess and the titans. I have a campaign which is halfway done with a bunch of side quests, which are here. There's a lot more than just the one. And we have been going through and creating all sorts of stuff tonight. What I have left to do, which I should finish in hopefully one more stream that I don't have anything going on. I need to finalize the naming conventions. I need to create or find city maps for each of my capital cities. I need to find inspiration pictures for 2 of the different cities. I need to finish kind of major landmark description and lore, what's there, and potentially change the world map. So now let me catch up with PCM's describing of her blood hunter, or PCM's blood hunter. I don't know if you are a he, her, or they. So let me catch up on what you were telling me about this. Just wrapped up our game and had to spread the love. Well, Bardic, I appreciate that. Thank you for coming in and tuning in. I have given you a follow, and I definitely would love to check out your stream from time to time. I am very busy, which is why I can only stream once a week, and it happens to be Friday nights. So I will be checking in and finding your schedule as soon as you can. If you wouldn't mind whispering me when you stream, I would love to try and check it out sooner rather than later. Okay. So now Where is PCM? Continuing on with my silly little story. I wouldn't call it silly. As you can imagine, looking like that probably wasn't well received when she was born. I can imagine. Having something that most people, you said incomprehensible iris colors. That has just, I mean, you can't look anybody in the face, or they've got to assume that you are going to kill them, even if you don't mean to. Just looking at your eyes would probably cause people physical pain. Is it a color that can only be seen by wizards and cats? That's a very good question. Okay. And while PCM is describing the Blood Hunter in more detail, does anybody have any suggestions on naming conventions? I'm looking for the name of a world without any real context, which is why this is so difficult to be. I have Norse names, I have Sylvan, I have Common, I have Elvish, I have a number of different languages. In a nutshell, this world was created and it was stumbled upon in a kind of a primordial state. It was just a hunk of rock and dust and gas traveling through the cosmos, and this goddess stumbled upon it and decided to kind of mold it and make it her sandbox so she could experience what it was like to create a planet. So she created life. She created the elves. TTV Killa 5927, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well this weekend. Do you have any plans? So, continuing on with the story, this goddess has kind of created life and built up she's cultivated a number of different races of people, of things, of creatures. She started off with the elves and then moved to dragons and the dragonborn and the lizard folk and the orcs and the humans, and everybody just kind of evolved. As they were starting to set up methods of communication, the goddess went and took her elves and brought the elves to all these different civilizations and had the elves help them stand up society, creating common languages, creating kind of trade routes and everything else. And with that, the world has just kind of grown from there. So I'm trying to come up with some sort of a name. I don't know if it needs to be Elvish because the elves were the first people that she created, or if there's something else. Mama Bear, have a great night. Thank you again for the raid. As always, I love having you come into stream. You are truly a great person. So yeah, have a great night. Sleep well. Have a great weekend if I don't talk to you at some point over the week. But yeah, and I will talk to you soon. How often do you think players will be saying it? Do you want to prioritize it being easy to say? The world? Not necessarily a lot. I don't think people are going to be saying the name of the world quite a bit. She's born the youngest of 7 in a family of normal humans. So this Blood Hunter is an anomaly, PCM. And her parents resented. A mother's love wasn't enough? Really? Oh, okay. So it's not that her parents, her parents cared for her, but they resented her because of the fact that they blame her. Oh, wow. That's an interesting family dynamic, that's for sure. And for everybody else who's in chat, I want to know what is the favorite memory you have of a D&D game? Or of any game in general? Like, what is one of your favorite moments in any sort of game that you've played that you can remember? 6 older siblings. Wow. Well, PCM, unfortunately, it is after my 4-hour window that I normally stream. And Parasomnia, we need to change that. Garhana. And angry, does that mean anything in particular? But, oh no, PCM, you are fine. I do want to hear more about your Blood Hunter, but I think we'll have to save the 6 older siblings for the next stream. Okay, Parasomnia, I'm putting you on my list right now of people that I need to get a game for. I'm doing this so I can copy and paste onto the file. So I can do that. And I got Shield Walrus on here earlier. Parasomnia, yes, you are on a list. And I need to figure out what Urdu and Tamil is. Urdu is Indo-Aryan language in South Asia. Okay. So it's kind of, it's Indian almost? Pakistan, okay. And Tamil is a Dravidian language natively spoken by the Tamil people of South Asia. The Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Okay. Sri Lanka and Singapore. So Tamil is Singapore as well. Very interesting. Okay. Now, what was that? A couple of this won't be as cool as mine's list. I don't know, Parasomnia. I'm not that special. I'd love to be that special, but yeah, not as of right yet. Oh, well, thank you. Okay, so let's see. What's left to do? I need to come up with the names for that. Garhana. Did I translate workshop into Urdu? And it's not quite right. But it's supposed to be workshop then, huh? Let's see. Workshop Urdu. More or less. Okay. Well, I like that because currently my world is called Mararia. And it was something that sounded catchy, but the more I said it, the more I started writing it, the more I didn't like the name Mararia. Garhana's better. I think I'm going to change this, the notebook. How do I change the name? But I'm gonna write down the name, name of the world. It's Garhana, or Garhana. Oh, wait. Just Morar? Oh? Morar. Okay. Because, I mean, I like the fact that, you know, the words or whatever in the names have meaning. But at the same point, Onrix, I mean, it sounds like Onyx or an Onryo. But Onrix doesn't necessarily have a translation, and I like the name for it. So I'm not... Yeah, naming things is the hardest part here. Yeah, I mean, PCM, to be honest, the art doesn't look edgy at all. It looks fantastic. The description, I mean, yeah, I cry blood and I give people aneurysms by looking at my eyes. So it's like the personality and the actions seem edgy, but just standing there or just sitting there, she seems pretty, if that makes sense. There you go. Parasomnia got it very well. Ethereal and terrifying. How's that? Well, you are more than welcome to post that in Discord. I would love to see a bigger version of it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, by all means. Now I have to sacrifice it to... Oh. I'm not that special. You don't have to sacrifice a Discord. I promise. You should be able to add me as a friend on Discord. To the sacrifice pit. A server has been sent to the void. Oh, okay, well, sorry, not sorry. I mean, that's all I gotta say. But yeah, once you react to the rules, it should show you most of it. There should be character art or share your art, something along those lines. Let me check. In the portal, Dungeons and Dragons, there's character ideas, there's inspiration pictures. I don't have character ideas. I'm going to change it so it's character ideas and art. Go ahead and post it down there. And yeah. Yes, please. Character Ideas and Art is the name of the channel. It's under the Dungeons and Dragons thing. But yeah, anybody else who would love to, you know, who doesn't mind posting in another Discord, I know everybody has one out there. Feel free to join. I've got Dungeons and Dragons section. I have generic gaming sections. I have tech support if you ever need help with your streams. I am an IT security professional, as well as I've done a lot of work to set up a number of different streams. The hardest part of streaming tends to be audio issues, and that is something that I have set up at least 6 different times, and I'm currently going through a rework of my audio system. But yeah, I love chatting with people about any and everything. I can talk D&D, I can talk cars, I can talk video games, I can talk music, I can talk movies, I can talk Lego all day long. And yeah, I normally try to get conversation going in the Discord on a daily basis. Sometimes it takes every other day because I am busy. Parasomnia, you have no idea. But to switch to using Elgato's wavelength. Nice, Charlie. Yeah, my voice mod, or let's see, Logitech G Hub updated, Windows updated, OBS updated, and my voice mod stopped working. So I can no longer do funny voices using the voice mod modulator. I can't even use the voice mod as my input anymore, which is kind of weird. But yeah, I can speak cars. This is one of my many desktop backgrounds. And it's just a portion because this is probably a third of my screen. Yes, I am very much a nerd and proud of it. But yes, it is that time. I'm going to find somebody to raid out to, and then I'm going to hop into the lobby to just chit-chat with anybody who wants to talk. At least for a little bit. I do need to get to bed as my 8-year-old is going to be awake in 6 hours. And I got to figure out something to do to keep her entertained. But for the time being, we are going to try and find somebody to raid out. Dwarf is doing Dungeons and Dragons. Let's see, who else is doing D&D? Does anybody have any suggestions? Let's see. You know what? I think we're gonna raid Dwarf. Simply because I know that he was working on potentially trying to come up with a new class that is a pure homebrew that we kind of discussed. I wanted him to create a samurai class, which is not the subclass of fighter, which is not samurai to me. Feudal era Japan is one of my favorite time periods in history, and I'm curious to see what he's creating because Dwarf Down Under creates a lot of homebrew stuff, both spells, stat blocks, all sorts of stuff. So we're gonna raid him. So if everybody that's here would please do me a favor and spend just a little bit of time spamming a bunch of emotes and making Dwarf feel really loved and supported, I would love that. But for everyone that is new to the channel, thank you for taking the time and giving me a shot. Next week, we should be back with more actual Dungeons & Dragons gameplay. I am running my first DM group, and we're running a module called Dragons of Stormwreck Isle with 2 people who have never played D&D before until these last 2 sessions that they've been on, and 2 veteran players that have been part of my streamed campaign as a player for the last 2 years. Next week will be session 3. We are finishing up the Seagrow Caves for anybody who is knowledgeable on the module. Come in there and help me out. If you see that I'm doing something wrong, point it out. If you have any ideas that you think I can do to make the game more creative and a little more comfortable for me DMing for the first time, that would be fantastic as well. But I want to give special shout outs to a number of people. So let me go to my stream ending scene. Okay, so first of all, thank you to Tech Priest Khan for your 21 months of subscription. You have been with me for a long time, and I really appreciate you. For all the new followers, PCM, TTV Killa, Bardic Dice, GMedic35, Angry Meatball, Yeldrab, Goblins and Warlocks, and Andy Havoc, thank you guys for following. I mean, more new friends are more new friends. I absolutely love making new friends, making new acquaintances, meeting new people. And then for everybody that raided tonight, Mama Bear Sam, Bardic Dice, Goblins and Warlocks, and the Voctair, you guys you blew me away. You really made my week. I can't say enough good things about you guys. Thank you very much. Bardic Dice, I will try to reach your streams as I had mentioned earlier. And Mama Bear, thank you as always. You are a fantastic mod, and I do appreciate you. So, with no further ado, we are going to go raid The Dwarf Down Under. So let me type this in. Dwarf Down Under. Please spam some emotes. Spam them like 3-4 times. Let's really kind of hype up his chat for a little bit. And I will see you all next week. Same time, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I look forward to talking to you all between then and hopefully seeing you next week. Have a good one.